For those of you just getting here, yes, we had a long intro, but we are live now. Had to set up. Sometimes I don't make it home as early as I'd like, and I got to set everything up last minute. So that is why we had the long intro. That and lets people know that we're live, so people show up because YouTube is buried as somewhere deep in the algorithm. There's a theme going tonight. If you didn't already know, something about Under the Sea, and we will be talking about that. First, however, let's introduce our guest this evening. Coming to us all the way from Alan Jackson's hidden compound in the middle of the Atlantic, we have MGTOW Outlaw with us tonight. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Heck yeah,
You're
man.
coming in loud and clear, man.
Heck yeah.
All right. We also have MGTOW Mando. It looks like he's going to be starting up his own channel to fill in some dead space we've been having the last few weeks. So look forward to seeing his content. If you haven't already, I'll let him speak for himself where you can find him. But welcome, MGTOW Mando, to the show. How are you doing, sir?
Well, see, we're all going to be swimming with the fishes by the end of this stream, you see. Sorry, I won't do any more of the...
Don't do it.
I won't do any more of those bad gangster
No, you're fine.
accents.
You're fine, man. Where can we find your channel? Because people have been, and let me jump full screen here. People have been asking me, where the fuck have the waffles gone? All of a sudden, the waffle shop is closed. Nobody can get any waffles, and we don't know what's going on. So, if you can't find waffles, at least for now, you can hang out with MGTOW Mando and check out his stuff. Now, where can we find you, sir?
Okay, as of right now, I have a YouTube channel put together called GYOW Mando, because for some reason YouTube gets a little upset about the full acronym. I have no idea why. But as of right now, I am planning to do bi-weekly streams about 1 hour and a half to 2 hours long, if I can talk. It's one of these things where I will have invited panels for most of it. Some weeks it'll be talking about conspiracy theory stuff. Some weeks it'll be talking about things that could be considered relationship, single person type stuff. And some weeks will just be kind of screw around and find out type stuff. You never know what I'm going to do until I decide to drop the link. However,
there you go.
I will say for tomorrow's premiere stream, it's going to be talking about the differences between the red, blue, and black pills, and how you really can actually have differing or be in different pill sets or pill mindsets depending on what the topic is. Because you can be red pill when it comes to relationship, but blue pill as all get out when it comes to whether or not the government's doing a good job.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, sir. If you don't mind, post your links in the chat. I've got a few people asking about that.
Let me find that real quick.
And if you throw it in the private chat for me, I'll put it over on the other platforms we're on as well. On that note, let's get back to business here. We do have one more member that came in a little bit towards the beginning of the show here. So we have Sean St. George. We don't have any witty quips for him yet, but we'll get there eventually. How you doing, sir?
You guys will. Yeah, doing all right. Also, I already dropped your channel into YouTube chat.
There it is.
Mando.
Oh, thank you.
All right. If somebody puts that in the private chat for me, I will copy paste and throw it on MGTOW's Rumble as well.
All
right.
Got it.
Cool.
Sorry.
No. It's all
I already
good.
had it copied.
Yeah,
All right,
you guys are so much better with social media than I am. I'm just going to be blunt.
I
don't know
just
if
went
that's a good
back into
thing.
Gilded and found your post.
All right. So if you were watching on, if I can get it to work, there we go. MGTOW or Rumble, the link is also in the chat to check out his channel as well. While I'm talking about the chat, unlike some wafflers I know, we might as well go ahead and read the chats here. Mustang, this is from a while ago. Hashtag stop simping. This is before the show even started. And let's see. They thought it would, these are new viewers here. They thought it didn't shut down properly or didn't start properly. No, it shows you that it goes live at, 10 p.m. Eastern? So if you're on MGTOW, you got to look for that little indicator that says we haven't gone live yet. Nothing on Rumble yet. And then over on YouTube, let's see if there's anything current related to since the show began here. I've got St. Louis Arch in here. I did a search and it only gave me Jim Mando, a cooking channel. So
Yeah,
that branding might be a little bit troublesome at first until we get you going.
I'm gonna be playing around with it.
All right. And then St. Louis Arch again. Thanks, Sean, for posting the link there. So there you go. All right. Now that we are caught up on the chat for now, it's time to get in this first article of the night. And we're going to keep it on the shorter side tonight, hopefully. Every time I say that, it goes the wrong way, but we shall see. But I do have plenty of articles tonight. A lot of them, you're going to know what we're talking about. Of course, if you looked at the thumbnail, you saw a submarine and you saw an orca whale in the water. So if you haven't kept up with current events, you've been under a rock more than likely, but we're going to get into
Rhino,
it.
is the joke I made
Yeah,
earlier appropriate for YouTube, do you think?
I don't think it matters anymore, man. If I get thrown in YouTube jail, I'm like 300 hours from monetized, so maybe we should wait, but I don't know.
Okay, I'll hold off until later. Maybe it'll be my closing thought.
Once we get monetized, then we'll try to get banned in the first week. How about that?
I don't think that'll take long.
Nah,
No. Well, we've made it this far, so who knows?
Once they realize what they've done, they'll find an excuse.
Yeah. We are already heavily shadow banned. I can tell you that. Nobody sees our content here. But here is our first article of the night, and I started with ESPN because this is sports for whales, actually. If you didn't know, they have their own Olympic sport, toss a boat. So here we go. We're going to get into this now. If it loads. There we go.
Get ready. 8-4 down.
Whoa.
Oh, God. Gonna get the
Hang on, let me full screen that so you get a better picture of this. Back up just a little bit.
Impressive to see the orcas, first of all. Beautiful animal, but also a dangerous moment for us in the team. Team reacted really well. We took down the sails and slowed down the boat as soon as possible. And luckily, after a few attacks, they went away. It's a scary moment. Right now, we were in second place, and right now we were in fourth place, chasing those two boats again. And hopefully, we can overtake them again. I'm pretty sure. But well, this was a scary moment.
He's going for it. Oh my God.
The whale is just fed up with this boat. And I think all the tapping is actually making him more angry, not afraid. So there you go.
Hang on. Something I want to point out real quick. Early on in that video, that one orca was rubbing quite heavily on what looked like the rudder of the boat.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't attacking. Maybe it just had an itch.
Ironically, that's what I thought.
It's like they're tapping, and he's like, you know what? Fuck you then.
Because we've all seen bears scratching their backs on all sorts of weird things.
Oh, that's an Alaskan commonality, seeing bears back scratch themselves on a stop sign.
And,
Fair enough.
And maybe that one that rolled upside down for the boat was doing the same thing that cats do when they're happy with their owners.
Yeah. I still think
I
the
have
tapping.
Heard that in some of these situations, they're actually antagonizing the animals, and the animals are saying, "Okay, fuck around to find out."
Yep. I don't know if the ocean was my home and somebody was just sitting up there pounding on my ocean ceiling, I'd be like, you know what? This thing's getting thrown in the bottom. It's just me, though.
Considering what they do to pufferfish and to seals and other aquatic life, yeah.
Oh yeah, orcas and dolphins are buttholes.
Oh yeah.
That
bear. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it reminded me of that one bear video where that bear's like climbing up on a fence or whatever, and that sign whacks it in the balls.
Oh yeah. That's a good one. If you send that to me in the private chat, we might look at that after the break just for fun. For those of you that haven't seen it. But anyway, back into this article. They apparently were attacking attacking the Around the World Ocean Race. So we'll read a little bit of this. The crew of the Oceans Race team Jajo endured several heart-stopping minutes on their approach to the Strait of Gibraltar on Thursday when their boat came under attack from a pod of orcas. We've seen the video footage. This is a scary moment. Team Jajo skipper Jelmer Van Beek said, 3 orcas came straight at us and started hitting the rudders. Impressive to see the orcas, beautiful animals, but also dangerous moment for the team. We took down the sails and slowed down the boat as quickly as possible. And luckily, after a few attacks, they went away. Authorities have noted a steady increase in interactions between orcas and vessels in the Strait of Gibraltar and Portugal, with more than 20 incidents in May alone. These orcas are pissed. They're living up to their name, killer whale, for sure. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to see how
they may
July
not be
goes.
doing it on purpose.
On purpose.
I'm sorry.
That was
God.
too good.
Damn dad jokes. That was very funny, though. Earlier this week, an orca repeatedly rammed into a yacht in the North Sea off Shetland in the first such incident in northern waters. I think the orcas are just trying to eat the rich, in my opinion. But I don't know. Let's see here. The Ocean Race is a 6-month, 32,000 nautical mile, 37,000 mile competition that sends crews around the world. The 11th hour racing team out of the United States holds a narrow lead entering the final leg, with an in-port race July 1st serving as the grand finale. So there you go. If they make it, if they live past the orca attacks. Gentlemen, back to you.
I got to ask a silly question here. Has anyone seen Star Trek 4, the movie?
The whale movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
You remember that big space probe that came to Earth and just was broadcasting whale songs so loud it caused the oceans to start to boil?
I thought it was, there's a boiling, or did it just like start
It was basically causing
dissipating it?
It was basically causing superstorms.
Oh
Trying to find
yeah,
those,
because they found a
trying to
way to
find the
do weather
humpbacks.
control.
Maybe it's one of these things where those whales are actually trying to communicate with their higher command.
I don't know.
Have there been
Whatever
any
it
spikes
is,
in cigar-shaped craft?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
could
no
be.
idea. But as far as I know, Hal hasn't opened the pod bay doors.
Either way, I think they're pissed and they're out for blood. So that's just my opinion, though. Let's see. In the chat here, St. Louis Arch. Orcas and whales off of Spain and in the Mediterranean have taught themselves to attack boats. The number of attacks are through the roof. So there you go. I missed something in the chat there, so it's probably between you guys talking to each other there. MM4356, shouldn't in theory they be able to outrun them, or am I uninformed? Now, my theory on that is that they don't want to harm the whales, and with the rudders and everything, if they were to ram into them, they could cause an injury, and then that's a whole scene. So that might be what's going on there.
It might also depend on the style of boat that it is, too.
Yeah. And Ronan's son here, is it just me, or have animals seemed to be a little bit more antsy lately? I don't know. I kind of agree with you, but then again, so have people. So I think it's just the planet in general is a bit fed up. So.
Well, what is it? What does Pop always say? Were you fucking with it?
Yeah.
And what are humans good at? Fucking with things.
Fucking with everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like there's an entire group of people that would stick random parts of their object in random parts of their bodies into random holes in the wall just to see what would happen.
It's getting weird already, man. All right, we have a late
talk tonight.
We have a late member joining the panel. We have Jackal Hunter. How are you doing this evening, sir?
Tired. Again.
As usual.
Tired. Yeah.
I mean,
hate
to
my
be-
job, man.
I mean, to be fair, you know, all this cringy shit going on, I wouldn't doubt the animals are getting testy about it. Even they don't like all this shit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, usually
sick of-
animals are, sorry for cutting you off, but usually animals are they're more reactive to their environment. So if there is something being screwed up in their ecosystem that they're accustomed to or designed to be a part of, then they will show signs of reaction to that change, whether natural or unnatural.
There you go. St. Louis Arch in the chat here actually brings up a point. I'm not a qualified scientist to tell you one way or another, but it is an interesting idea. He says it's the failing moving of the magnetic field. So I don't
I've
know.
got something on that.
Okay, if you've got something on that, throw it in the private chat, and we will discuss it tonight.
It is mainly from, I'm trying to think, what's his name now? He is the owner of the channel Suspicious Observers, and he monitors not only the sun, because sun weather does control a lot of surprisingly large amount of our weather and what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
And the radiation that it gives off can actually, I think I sent an article a long time ago for a show, but I don't think we ever touched on it. But some of the specific radiation at certain frequencies get through our atmosphere, so we're not shielded from it. Actually,
we talked about that in a prior episode.
Yeah, it can scramble your brain waves and actually alter your behavior slightly, make you more aggressive, less conducive, and it can make you go crazy.
There you go.
There's experimental weapons with changing either the magnetic field around your brain or like in a room where they can mess with whatever electromagnetic energy is there. And sometimes certain frequencies have consistent behavioral outcomes, such as anger. For specific acoustic weapons, not the loud LiDAR or whatever they're called.
Yeah, LiDAR.
The ones where it feels like it's blowing out your eardrums. You can't hear it, but your brain is automatically picking up those signals, and in experiments, it did drive people to suicide.
Isn't there a theory that there was something like that going on in Havana, Cuba, a few years back, where the embassy staff was having some issues?
I think that's the name of like either the incident or the study. It's like the Havana experiment, something like that. I'd have to go back and dig deeper into it.
Yeah, I read something about something called the Havana syndrome.
Checking the chat here really quick, and then we'll jump back into that. A couple other opinions have come in here. I was thinking wavelengths and frequency modulation as well. Douglas Edwards. I was accosted by a Karen today. Fortunately, he survived, but sorry to hear that. He says, good to see everybody. And then Mr. E brings up another interesting point. Animals aren't scared. We used to hunt them, so they were scared. Now we have idiots trying to pet them. I mean, that's a logical argument as well.
Yeah, there's logic to that.
Anyway, Mando, back to what you were saying. Sorry about that.
Honestly, I lost the thought.
God damn it! I cocked everything up there.
You guys know where the Straits of Gibraltar is, right?
Right. It was talking about the Havana syndrome, correct?
Yeah, yes. That was it.
I remember reading a few years ago that some of our diplomats in Havana, Cuba, were saying that they were getting all sorts of weird neurological symptoms going on, and they thought there was some thought that it was something to do with some kind of microwave energy beam or hypersonic energy beam being sent into the embassy from somewhere outside, but they could never prove it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Communists experimenting on Americans. Go figure.
Shocking. All right.
Sad thing is, one of the crazier theories I heard about that was it was actually the CIA experimenting on our own diplomatic staff.
That I'm not surprised by at all.
CIA
surprising.
They shouldn't exist anymore.
But I was going to say, you guys know where the Straits of Gibraltar is, right?
Yeah, I've heard of it, yeah.
Okay, so it's that little tiny strip that enters the Mediterranean between Africa and Spain. So think about it. it's a very convenient point to put listening devices or put naval warfare devices. Because the environmentalists have been accusing navies across the world for messing with wildlife with their experiments or with just sonar. Why we get like beached whales or mass beaching of different marine life.
Yeah, that's been a
Whether there's
conspiracy for
credence to it or
decades.
not, I don't know, but
Yeah, that's been a conspiracy for decades, and I think it's been more or less proven that can have an impact.
oh
Because-
hey, we got Jeffrey Paul.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Got the
going
rock and
on,
roll
Jeffrey?
god here.
Butt
yeah.
weasels. Who you calling a butt weasel?
By the way, I've been slacking big time, and I need to get on that. I got to make a little promotional thing for him. God damn you. Jeffrey has just put out an album. I'll see if during the break I can pull up the link. But if you like Jeffrey's jams and you want to support it, and who's getting muted here, sons of bitches? If you want to support Jeffrey's music, I'll find the link for you so you can check that out. Maybe pick up a copy of that for yourself.
There have been an increase in these
I've got
encounters,
some
and
lag going
wonder
on
why.
here.
CBS 8's Abby
See
Black
what's going
shares some
on.
expert insight into what
There we go. I think I fixed it. I think. Okay. Let's jump in this next article here really quick. This is just showing some more footage of these orcas doing their orca thing. And all these theories are plausible. I don't know what's causing it, but I think they're just fed up with us, to be honest.
video of killer whales seen attacking small and large boats off the coast of Spain. There have been an increase in these encounters, and some wonder why. CBS 8's Abby Black shares some expert insight into what may be going on. Abby?
Orca sightings off of San Diego's coast usually start in June, but we're told they're still pretty far south. But they are making headlines in Europe where they're attacking boats, and some wonder, are they being playful or are they seeking revenge?
Yeah, like old.
Dramatic video of an orca slamming into a 66-foot sailboat off of Spain's southern coast. The force of the whale damaged the hull.
This won't help anymore.
Crews had to pump water off the boat. You hear him try to scare off the pod, but you still see a killer whale lurking by the boat. This is part of a wave of orca attacks on small boats and yachts in the Strait of Gibraltar. At least 3 boats have sank in recent weeks. Researchers say since 2020, orca encounters in the area have increased. There have been more than 20 interactions recorded just this month. Last year, there was a total of 207. Another video of a killer whale ripping off 2 rudders and then seen swimming with it in their mouth.
We didn't even see them coming. Whole thing class maybe 10, 15
Fuck
minutes.
your boat.
Researchers wonder whether this could be revenge or playful behavior.
No,
My
that's
personal opinion is people do revenge. Animals don't do revenge.
We spoke to Robert Pittman, a
That's
marine
BS.
researcher at Oregon
Yep.
State University.
sure.
All right.
buddy.
Study
We're going to get into that in a minute because I know some of the guys on the panel had their arguments on that. I mean, I'll be honest, animals can be dicks. So
Yeah.
I'm not buying that whole they don't do revenge thing. I think these animals are just fed the fuck up with human beings. But I've said that. I'll keep saying that.
I'm pretty
almost-
sure ripping off pieces of a boat is not playful.
No. I don't think so either. Let's finish this up and then let you guys jump in on your opinions on that.
killer whales in San Diego.
So I think they're just playing around. I think they tried it
Yeah,
once
it's
and turned
playful.
it into a game. And as it is with killer whales, things tend to spread among the group.
Killer whales are matriarchal, and some believe the adult female in the pod may have had a traumatic
See, there's the problem.
Yeah,
They
there
don't
you
have
go.
a patriarchy. If they had a
That's a problem.
patriarchy, this shit wouldn't happen.
That's what happens when you let girls take over.
Yeah.
Shit goes wild.
Let this be a lesson. The patriarchy matters. Back into
So
this.
it's
There's
not
a reason for
feminist.
that.
with the boat.
So it's not
and is
feminism,
seeking
it's
revenge, but
feminism.
Pittman says it's
finism.
just playfulness.
The matriarch is definitely in charge of the group, and if she's in favor of it or will let it happen, then it will. If she says no, then it'll stop.
He hopes that these attacks won't lead to people killing the whales. No one's been
Oh,
killed in
no.
recent attacks.
I just realized
and
what the
remains
next
a
leftist
wonder
group is
of
going to
the
be.
sea.
Hang on.
Abby Black, CBS 8.
There we go. So let's get out of this. before
Orca
we-
lives matter.
I was going to say whale lives matter.
Whale lives.
Well, then that
Or-
would include
Or black whales
whales.
matter.
Black whales. Well, if it was whales, whale lives matter, then it was probably going to encompass not just whales of the sea, but whales of the land.
Yep.
If
Who
they're
said I was
beating,
limiting it?
Yeah, that's where I thought he was alluding to.
if they're beating their women whales, is it called whaling on them?
What the fuck?
No, I think
All right.
that's usually when a Japanese ship rolls through and hauls them up with a chain.
Ronan, I'm going to have to disagree with your thought there. Only, I know the hormones in the water supply does affect us and probably a lot of animals, but in the middle of the ocean, I think it's far too diluted to have an effect. But I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't think female hormonal birth control is responsible for
I think.
the whales.
I think.
Jackal, you're cutting out on us there, sir.
I think he had a knock at the door.
Gotcha. On that note, while we have a little bit of downtime here, let's bring in Billy Von Baum. I haven't seen him in a minute, and I don't know if this is the really... Yeah, no, this is the real Billy. I don't think this is the imposter Billy. Billy Jr.
What's going on?
What's
up?
up?
We're here, and then you disappeared.
Hold on,
the
Mike.
aliens
That's
let you
because
go?
my background just did a Jimmy. It just fell over on me.
Hey, you won't believe who took your place all this time while you were gone, Billy.
Oh,
The
God.
strangest
Who?
thing, a little plastic version of you took over.
Really?
Yeah.
I had
so
no
you
idea.
shrunken and- yeah.
Huh.
If you guys haven't watched...
I really...
If you haven't watched the last two episodes, I encourage you to do so. That's all I can say.
It's a experience.
I don't have really any memory of the last couple weeks. I remember waking up in the desert somewhere, and yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Billy, I have to ask. Have you noticed any
Yes.
unusual symptoms? Rashes, lesions, a desire to
No.
go and interact with reptilian life forms in a romantic fashion?
Any sudden fears of orcas?
No, everything seems to be everything seems to be fine.
Okay. Last thing I need to ask you. You're not unusually attracted to your toaster.
Not that I'm aware of. No. not that I
Okay, so
know
you were
of.
probably just abducted by the
Yeah.
CIA, not aliens.
Could be.
Wow.
All right. On that note, so we've
I'm
talked
sorry, that
about
was a terrible joke.
we've talked about whales for a minute. I wasn't talking about your exes, but hey, shots fired. We've got Jimmy Bones in the house tonight. Glad to see the aliens dropped you back off, Billy. I hope they didn't probe you too hard. All right, and
no.
what the fuck? Anyway, if you're wondering, by the way, if you're just tuning in, why there's no waffles anymore, the master waffler is taking a break. And if you rewind, you can find the link in the live chat to MGTOW Mando's channel. He's going to be picking up the slack there. But yeah, we are missing our waffler for at least 2 weeks now, and he might not be back till next week. So we shall see. But if you guys are missing out on waffles, you're not alone. All of us here are wondering where the hell the Waffle King has been. So there you go. He's hiding out in the chats. Let's see. Mr. Hemi, welcome. He says, good evening, gentlemen. And I think we're all caught up again. But we didn't just come here to talk about whales. We have some other stuff that is more of a current event. Maybe. Was it a current event? Or did we know about it since Sunday? I don't know, but let's get into that. If you guys haven't heard about it, I'm shocked, but there has been an incident involving a submarine looking for the Titanic, and things didn't apparently go too well for said submarine or its occupants. But what I want to bring up is this article from the New York Post, which says it wasn't going to go good from the start. Let's take a listen here.
News has just reached me in a minute or so that I believe some debris has been found.
I'm sorry, some what has been found?
I understand that some debris has been found on the surface. I'm really sorry, I don't have any more details than that?
I'm not sure. Obviously, I'm hearing it for the first time now. But I know that our protocol for lost comms is for the pilot to surface the sub. So that from the beginning, I always thought that's probably what Stockton would have done is surface the sub, in which case it becomes very difficult to find the sub because the surface ship wouldn't have known it was coming up and wouldn't have known where to look. So my biggest fear through this whole thing, watching the operations unfold, was that they're floating around on the surface and they're just very difficult to find. So I would not be surprised if there was something on the surface.
So this is from June 23rd, today. We know that that's not the case. Yeah. The 5 passengers who boarded the doomed OceanGate Titan submersible that imploded on its way to the wreck of the Titanic signed an ironclad agreement that protects the company from any liability for what could happen to the vessel, including death. Shocking.
Well, that's pretty
Yeah,
standard for
Jackal.
any kind of extreme exploration.
Right.
Not just a company that knows it's on the borderline of getting sued because they're using less than industry standard or just, common sense standard design.
And
There's
it could also
there's a
just
couple
be anything that's even remotely experimental.
Yes.
Right. There's a couple things I want to point out here, and I'm still seeing lag. I'm not sure what's going on, so if you guys are dealing with that, I am very sorry. If you are seeing severe lag, 1 in the chat. If it looks okay, 2 in the chat. Please let me know. But I have
disable your Cougar extension. That might stop it.
I have 2 things that I'm curious as to the shift in opinion. Okay, first of all, that lag is really killing me. You have these billionaires, right? They have several options of ways they can do things like this, and they choose to get on an essential tin can with a scaffolding ballast held together with popsicle sticks and duct tape. That's how they choose to spend their money, which is the equivalent of $30 for them. But you get my point. There's something about that just seems a little weird. But also, I want to point this out, and I think this is something to just think about as a society. Usually, when we have some kind of tragedy, people are upset. People are, wishing their condolences, and it's feeling bad for the family and friends that may have known these people. In this instance, what I've seen is a lot of the regular working class people immediately turn this into a meme and had no fucks giving whatsoever. That should tell you something about how society is viewing this, and you can take your own opinion on it. I know there's been some virtue signalers out there that how dare you and don't make memes and all this. But when you see a society as a whole, and I'm not even talking about, 1 or 2 people on your Facebook, the entire internet seems to have jumped on this meme craze with this. It just tells me that people are sick and tired of the way things are. And that's a social commentary there. You see a lot of people that can barely afford rent, and then you see people like this making very stupid decisions, and those people have very little sympathy for them. You see what I'm saying? That's just my perspective on it, and I think we're seeing a lot more of that. I think people, quite frankly, if I need to be blunt about this, which I should be, I think people are sick and tired of the fucking rich being rich, and they just want to fucking be able to pay their bills and live their lives. So I think the empathy is gone. Then that could also be a sickness in society. You could also look at it that way, that people have lost all care for their fellow human beings. But it depends on your perspective. Either way, it is an interesting thing to see. Panel, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm wondering if either the income status or the identities were not released right away. Would there be sympathy? Or if the crew complement was, say, normies, like they did a sweepstakes, some people who are middle class or lower class on the income strata won a free trip to the Titanic, and this happened. Do you think there might be more humanity, or about the same that we've been witnessing?
I say, for me in particular, just my perspective on it, if I would have known it was a bunch of people that won some sweepstakes and then that's what happened to them, I think I would have been far more sympathetic to the situation. So yeah, at least for me, I think that's part of it. But that again is just my opinion.
I kind of wonder if it's partially a social media contagion here as well. And here's why I say that. Back in the late 80s, well, 70s or 80s, I don't remember exactly when, there was a TV show called Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, where they would get basically a behind the scenes look at people's favorite celebrities and how they lived and what they did to spend their money and whatnot.
The precursor to MTV Cribs.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays, everybody with a $200 smartphone can go on TikTok and share their lifestyles. And now the rich and famous who used to get all that attention, they're going to greater and greater extremes to try to do whatever the heck it is they want to do. And they're cutting corners, doing stupid stuff to do it. And people are just like you said, I can't afford to go out. I can't afford to take my kids out to a movie. Yet these dingleberries can get in a submarine built by someone lower than the lowest bidder and go visit the Titanic, and it crushes like a Fabergé egg. Yeah, I'm not going to be sympathetic.
So I'm not educated enough to understand a lot of the sonar and tracking equipment, but my way of thinking, if we know where the Titanic is roughly in the middle of the ocean, and we drop a submarine that's in roughly the same vicinity as the Titanic going down for, what was it, 2.5 miles?
Something
underwater.
like that.
And our technology is so that we can see through telescopes galaxies away. Why could we not track this submarine the entire way down and know exactly where it was at within minutes of a distress signal?
There's a couple reasons. There's a couple reasons for that. One, they didn't use GPS in this thing. Two, I don't believe GPS is effective at that depth. And three, the search area would have been about the size of Connecticut at that point.
Can I discuss some of this stuff?
Yeah, jump
my
on.
turn. Can I put my hand up? Okay. So first thing, I'll address the question Outlaw asked. So in the ocean, when something goes down, it doesn't go straight down. It has a tendency to do something like this. Right. And if it explodes, then it could go anywhere, get taken by. So there's currents that happen under the water that you're not aware of. I dive, so I could tell you that a current that's on top isn't necessarily happening 50 feet below, and 50 feet below that there could be current going some other way.
Gotcha.
So that's why it took some time for them to figure out exactly where they were.
Also, I'll just add on to that real quick. Tracking technology, depending on what form you use, most that you will use in deep sea is not going to be visual, because the density, because of the distances and the density differences between a vacuum of space and water is very different. So visual tracking is not feasible at the depths that they were going.
Oh no, they were well
sonar,
below where sunlight does not shine.
Yeah, and plus with all that pressure, molecules are pushed far closer to each other than above water. I think it's about every 30 feet you go down, that's another level of atmospheric pressure.
I think they said it was 6,000 pounds per square inch at their level.
Yeah.
And which is an incredible amount of atmospheric pressure. Like we feel 1 atmospheric units or atmospheric pressure. The further you go down, that's why there's a limit where humans can go, because your body will be crushed.
Yeah.
Billy, I did have a question for you specifically.
Sure.
Going back to the lack of empathy, the memes going around, I know your feelings on it were that you kind of didn't want a part of that, but what are your thoughts with how society is treating the situation? What's your takeaway on that, sir?
Well, number one, I didn't want to be part of it because, hey, people died, and that's somebody's family member.
Yeah.
It's just not the place. I used to be on some message boards for car stuff and bike stuff, and some idiot would post these first responder pictures of dead people on the road, and that really bothered me a lot. And I felt, making fun of the dead, it's just not right. Just not right thing to do. They're dead. I mean, that's not really funny to me.
Yeah.
So, in any case, going back to the rich people and all that. Look, the rich, they do all these things all the time. I mean, this isn't something new. This isn't just because of social media is around. I mean, there's been people who go on safaris, that cost thousands upon thousands a day. There are, you want to talk about like exploration. This is like exploration tourism, right? Because they're not really doing anything that isn't known, right? They're not going down there to discover something that hasn't been seen 200 times at this point. There's a thrill to it to know that these people, the people doing it, are thrilled to know they are part of an elite group that could pay to do something fun. In the same vein that there's that Richard Branson did that the rocket
Oh, the space
into
tourism.
space. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was like he was putting that up, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, whenever they shot that rocket up, the America 1, I think it was called. So I can't disparage rich people because everybody aspires to do well in life, right?
Right.
Everybody listening to this should hope to someday be a billionaire. I mean, even though they probably won't, but it's something to aspire to. I don't want to aspire to being a fucking shoe salesman,
Well, let me add to
no
the question
Alpine
then.
life?
When we're talking about that, I can understand, but let's go back. I was pretty young, but I still remember it. The shuttle launch that exploded. What was it? Discovery?
Challenger.
Challenger. I remember that, and I remember it basically stopped the world that day, and everybody was upset and everybody was sad. I'm talking about the cultural shift specifically, where people used to, 9/11, it stopped everything. Again, everybody had a sense of camaraderie, and everybody came together for that period of time. Now it just seems like maybe society's lost their empathy, or maybe it's something else. Again, I'm not alluding to anything. I'm just starting to think maybe people are fed up with what they perceive as the elitists, the shadow government, all of the, you know what I'm trying to get at here, I think. But people just don't seem to have empathy or sympathy at all anymore. Does anybody want to jump in on that and kind of discuss that as well?
Okay.
Well,
crazy thoughts.
Whoever wants to jump in, one at a time.
Crazy thought here. When it came to the Challenger and to the other shuttle that broke up on re-entry, everyone stopped and was like, "Oh my goodness," because that basically signaled the United States no longer had dominance in space exploration. Because for the longest time, up until those two events occurred, no one could really challenge us for getting people to and from space with I want to say, a near perfect track record of successful launches and recoveries. I think there were maybe 2 launches before that had some kind of a tragedy occur, and neither of them actually made it off the ground before they went up in flames.
I think that was one of the first Orion missions where the whole crew kind of burned up in the capsule on
And
liftoff.
I think Apollo 10 had something like that occur as well. And 9/11, it was a shock to the system because it was an attack that was just as blatant as Pearl Harbor was.
Yeah.
This and this isn't all joking aside. Yes, it is a tragedy. Yes, I'm guilty of making jokes about this. People died. We shouldn't be mocking it. However, these people weren't going down there to locate evidence of Atlantis. They weren't going down there to try to find some shipwreck from World War II that went down under mysterious circumstances. They weren't
Right.
going down there with scientific gear to try to take samples of the hull of the Titanic to see how well it stood up to the 100 or so years it's been underwater. They were going down there to snap a few pictures and have bragging rights.
Yeah, tourism essentially.
Right. Yeah, I think because Ocean Gate, that's not the only mission they've done, or the only mission that sub has done. I think they go down there to monitor the degradation of the Titanic, but how do you fund a project like that without state backing?
Right.
They found a way to make sure that they could earn a living doing it, or find a way to keep funding what they're doing, which is paying or making very, very expensive tickets to go have one or two people joyride.
Yeah. Billy, I'm going to have you jump back in really quick because I know you were trying to say something there.
Well, I kind of lost my thought, but I don't have a problem with people doing, extreme. Look, if I was loaded out my ass, I would do fucking things that people would be like, that's a little extreme, and be like, yeah, well, fuck it, man. I earned it, right? So
yeah,
I don't have a problem with these people doing that stuff. It's a shame though that they cut corners and they did things. So, I don't really talk about what I do for a living, but I work in the auto industry, engineering, and there's a lot of things they did that I'm like, huh? Like, why did you do that? Especially, so I come from also a racing background, so I know about carbon fiber and all that kind of good stuff. And
how it doesn't stand up to pressures like that.
Yeah, and how the way they constructed it, I saw something how they were constructing it, and they were basically doing a just weave this way, like back and forth on each other. Whereas like carbon fiber, you want to layer, something like that, right?
Right.
But even so, when you're making something like that, especially one that's going to be standing up to those kind of pressures, if you get an air bubble trapped under the weaves, I mean, that's major issues right there. You can't take something like that and x-ray it and find issues like you could with other materials. And when carbon fiber fails, it shatters. It doesn't implode. Like I've seen a lot of these videos where they're showing like the implosion, right? And they're showing the thing just kind of compressing. As like a steel can. Well, that's not happens with what carbon fiber would do. Carbon fiber would basically shatter. Like think of it as a hard-boiled egg skin, shell, I should say. It would just shatter. So unfortunately, when they got to that depth, I have a lot of issues with the build, seeing how they built that thing. And the thing would have just basically instantaneously shattered. The water would have come in. I mean, I'm talking in instances. The water would have rushed in, right? It wouldn't have been a slow rush. It would have been like, shoop. And they would have, this is like how I mentioned in Gilded, how they're not talking about the bodies. So the bodies would have compressed, right? And then as the air is then blowing outwards, it basically the body's liquefied. They're in very tiny little pieces. So there's no bodies. Billy, they're going to be recovered.
You're reminding me of something that a nature video that I heard about a while back. I'm going to do a quick search and see if I can find a couple photos that actually help to explain exactly what you're talking about visually.
On that note, before we move along and get back into this article, and we're going to take a break here shortly, does anybody else want to maybe jump into society's lack of empathy for this one and what that might be about. That is what I'm curious to pick your brains on here really quick.
Yeah, I'll get it back into that. But go ahead for the other people.
Oh, that's a bit of a tough one because there's so many factors in that. Why people aren't feeling sympathy for this one? Well, I think you brought up most of it. People have the common person has had rich people, just rich fucks that are just arrogant, incarnate, rubbing their success and just their affluence in their faces for decades by this point. On the onset of social media, especially in the form of mobile apps, where you can literally take a picture of yourself on a yacht in the Bahamas, wherever, or take a video of you at this very expensive restaurant drinking $200 champagne, a $100 steak with hors d'oeuvres or whatever else that comes with your fucking appetizer. God knows how much all that costs. And all just for attention. I can see why some people probably aren't really concerned about that. But as for the other factors, such as the economy getting closer and closer to going down the toilet entirely, and political issues, the state of society itself, as in civil unrest, and as I brought up, people could be having their minds fucked with either naturally by the sun's radiation or maybe hidden technology that our government is using on us. But either way, you have basically an incalculable number of factors that could be playing a part in this, but I would say it's mostly people don't have the time to focus on shit that doesn't really concern them anymore. As you put more and more pressure on the average person financially, their time and tolerance for nonsense, as my dad would usually categorize it, it was either work or school or it was nonsense. The same rule applies. If it is not 100% necessary, if it is not a rudimentary concern to putting food on the table, keeping the electric going, and having your water supply not cut off, then people don't care anymore. And we're already we started seeing it in the dating market. Now we're starting to see it now in just society itself.
I'm going to jump in on that really quick and then jump back to you guys. Something I've noticed, at least within the last, I mean, it's been going on forever, but in the last 4 years or so specifically, I've noticed if you look at psychology and the hierarchy of needs, there are levels that you have to go up. And the only way to get up those levels to secure basic needs at the bottom. So food, shelter, water, all of those things is at the very bottom. And most people are struggling with the bottom, so they can't even climb that pyramid, so to speak. And there's something to be said about that. Most people are stuck perpetually, at the bottom of the pyramid. They don't have time to give a fuck about anything else or genuinely care about anything else because every day for them is survival. And that's becoming the majority of not just the lower classes, but the middle class as well. They're eroding the middle class every year, it seems. And so most people are stuck in that state of survival. Therefore, for lack of better terms, their give a fuck meter is absolute zero. But anyway, jumping back to you guys.
Okay, Rhino, I just posted a link to an image in the private chat.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fish that is incredibly disturbing. If you do decide to call it up, it definitely deserves a little bit of a warning because it looks very different under pressure than it does at the surface.
All right. Anybody else have any thoughts before we move on?
I would,
sure, a couple of you do.
Yeah, I would say part of it is probably because once they found out that it was a progressive company and they didn't want 50-year-old white men working on the design of this thing, I think that was kind of the point where people were like, I see
Yeah.
what this is.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
kind of like a
this
you
was,
reap what you sow situation.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
People just don't care anymore.
people were like, more progressivism. This was something that easily could have been avoided if we'd have just, stopped being so damn political about it and took a step back. And actually, according to some of the people in the chat, they were warned ahead of time that this was going to happen or could have happened theoretically. So I don't know, man. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, in my research that I was looking into it today, that was a consistent theme. Even amongst the articles or the videos I didn't send over, it was always, we've been waiting for this to happen because of the way that it was constructed, the way it was designed. This was a ticking time bomb waiting to happen, all the way from James Cameron to actual, sub designers.
Yeah, well, so the thing about carbon fiber and something like that, like I could tell you from like a racing standpoint, you could only use some stuff for a certain amount of time before it just is no good anymore, and you got to replace it just because it goes through a life cycle. Things like harnesses and rubber and all that kind of stuff, and carbon fiber is definitely susceptible to degradation over a period of time, and especially if you're putting it under such pressures. So I didn't understand why they go through all the trouble of building this sub when it had a limited lifespan that it was going to be able to achieve before the thing was going to crack. And probably it already had reached that after its first deep dive, but they couldn't find all the issues that were wrong with it. All the I'm talking like tiny little microscopic cracks that probably developed after their first dive. So
Okay, and I've got two questions that tie into both what Billy brought up and what Sean St. George brought up, and they interconnect here. We know that in the airline industry, they inspect the aircraft every time it's gone through a certain number of going to altitude and coming back to ground. They refer to it as cycles.
Yes.
Do they not do the same thing for suboceanic and subsurface vehicles?
Of course.
Maybe those under the purview of whatever regulatory body that is. Like, who makes subs really, except for maybe military?
Not many.
I know there's a handful of. I mean, you could probably find a handful of companies that do build like recreational ones, and then you have your black market dudes who build those for the cartels. But at least they're smart enough to use steel.
Yeah. Well, so going back to the scuba diving, so with scuba diving, you have to have your air tanks checked every year, right? And then every few years, you have to have it taken apart, and they have to do an inspection with little. They put in a camera in the thing to check for cracks, and then every 5 years, they put it in a pressure tank to make sure that it could withstand the pressures without blowing up. And that's just like a little scuba tank, right? So imagine like a sub and all that's going to have a lot more needing to be inspected like all the time. After like every dive, it's going to have to get a good going through.
Okay,
so,
and
speaking of that,
again, this does correspond to where we're currently at in the conversation. Don't most submarines, whether it's the research submersibles that you see them using for a lot of these deep ocean documentaries, or the big military grade ones, don't they usually use double hull designs just that way if something like this occurs, they have a bit of a wiggle room to get back to the surface?
Well, there's several things we could talk about regarding this vessel as well, and things that were not done correctly. If you look at the bolt design, there were 17 bolts on the door to that thing. They look like they were no more than 3/8 inch thick bolts. There was only one gasket on that door rather than multiple in case what you said happened. If there was a failure, there were no other gaskets to back that up. Just in general, the design of this thing was a problem. But here's something before we jump back into that. So hold your thoughts. If you need to tune out for a second, so you can hold those thoughts, do so, because I want to point this out. It's in the article here. The 3-page document spells out the risk that the passengers take when riding the 23,000-pound Titan, including that's oddly choiced wording there in White Post. Eye-popping wording such as how the craft has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and may be constructed of materials that have not been widely used on human-occupied submersible. So basically, this thing didn't go through any certification process, so there was no way for them to be held accountable for that, really. Also, it says here really quick, and then we'll jump back into the panel here. The vessel suffered a catastrophic implosion during its descent, instantly killing all of 5 passengers aboard, according to the U.S. Coast Guard, which is heading recovery operations to bring debris from the Titan to the surface and figure out what went wrong. And what they're going to do there basically is try to piece that thing back together and then figure out where the failure happened. That's the reason they're bringing it back up.
I think we have a Humpty Dumpty situation here.
There's not going to be a lot of pieces, though. Basically, when that thing blew in, right, the carbon fiber shattered, the air blew out. That's how they were able to find the 2 end caps, because the 2 end caps went flying, and the inner, the hull basically just blew up. That's why
they're
said
mincemeat. They're
they
chum
can't
at this point.
They're not going to be pulling up big pieces of carbon fiber, put it that way.
No.
And just to get something up from that depth is a huge operation. They're in the middle of the North Atlantic. They only have a certain window that they can do these things just a regular dive. Now you're doing a recovery dive?
You're going to be lucky if they known for being calm.
No, especially when you head up north, it is really not known for being calm. It's deep. I'm trying to think what they're called. Not jet stream, but it's basically the equivalent of that. The deep sea currents. They're just like jet streams up in the atmosphere. You'll have these just random spots where you have almost like riptides that are moving at several. I'd say.
I think you're referring to
knots.
oceanic rivers.
Yeah. So you'll have like bands of water just moving at, I don't know if you could reach up to like 20 knots, but they're moving pretty fast.
So trust me. So in Cozumel, Mexico, you go out on the reef, you call it the, what do we call it? It has a name that we could give it. The conveyor belt. You get on the conveyor belt. So basically you drop down. And up top, you're not really moving around, but you drop down about 40 feet, and you don't even have to kick. You just watch the whole everything go by because you're just moving.
You're just along
fast.
for the ride.
So once again, forgive me for not knowing a lot about these submarines, but based on the pictures that I've seen from the inside, I didn't see any kind of a skeletal or any kind of an inner structural support for that sub. Like, normally in any kind of construction, you have like a skeletal support, right? Well, in that one picture that I saw, it was completely round on the inside. Like there wasn't no, I don't know. What am I trying to say here, guys? Like a
support mechanisms.
Yeah. It looked like it was a solid, literal, like a cylinder on the inside.
So a cylinder in it to itself has basically the backbone in it, right? It's how how the Romans were able to build arched bridges, right, and have the thing hold up without even using cement, right? Because it acts. It basically, so a round basically acts as its own skeleton. Is basically what I'm trying to say.
So, something I'm going to also point out: there are certain materials that are known to, when they compress, actually, I'm not going to say increase their tensile strength, but kind of brace themselves against themselves. The World War II Gatto-class submarines that the United States Navy used. I want to say there were certain points in those boats that were actually designed to compress a little bit, or up to a certain extent, to take pressure off of other more critical areas of the sub.
Well,
Now, I'll be honest, I could be conflating that memory with something related but different. So don't. Yeah.
So metal can, steel has a certain give that it'll have, but carbon fiber just doesn't move. It's unforgiving in movement.
It doesn't flex.
It's a rigid material. It's a rigid material. It does not flex.
Yeah, because I think
unless it's thin. If it's thin
is
enough,
actually
then it will.
malleable in water, where it what is it? You can bend titanium underwater, which is probably something you want in a structure like that if it's set up right.
Yes.
Like I guess the Russians have been making their subs out of titanium for a while, but considering how expensive that is.
Yeah.
So basically, they just glued the titanium rings on the end to hold that shit all together.
They glued it.
They glued it. What?
You've got to be kidding me.
You'd think that if a bunch of rich people built something like this, they'd be willing to put the money on the line to, I don't know, keep themselves safe.
Well, so in a corporate environment, real quick, I just want to address that. On a corporate environment, when they got deadlines, you ever watch one of those stupid, car build shows? We got to make it to auction, Well, there is some truth to some of that, nonsense where, look, we got to be able to dive and at a certain date. So, and we got to be able to turn a profit because we're paying all these people to do, what do they call them? Social media posts about it. Did you see that? They hired like a bunch of girls before the time.
Oh, yeah.
Like shit like that, all these expenses that add up. So they started cutting corners, it seemed.
So
Yeah.
they fired
their
here's one I want to point out really quick here, guys. Pooping while standing. I haven't actually, excuse me, I actually haven't seen you on the show before, or you haven't been on for a while, but yet no mention of the 700 immigrants off the coast of Greece got any attention, and the Navy knew Sunday, but yeah, Monday, that a sonic implosion had occurred. Hunter Biden diversion. We'll get into that here shortly. We are going to go to break here pretty quick, but I want to point this out before we go. This is the actual document here. The release of liability. I acknowledge that I have voluntarily applied to participate in a submersible operation arranged by Ocean Gate Expeditions Ltd., a company registered in the Bahamas. So there you go. As far as the point of origin,
there was never any regulatory body.
There you go. Yeah. Keeping on with this article here, I've been informed about the nature of the operation, the risks it presents, including that. I go over this pretty well. The operation includes activities involving subsurface vessels, surface vessels, and or remotely operated vehicles that are on or near or underwater. A portion of the operation will be conducted inside this experimental submersible. So yes, it was experimental. I saw that in the chat. The experimental submersible vessel has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and may be constructed of materials that have not been widely used in human-occupied submersibles. That's where I say, nope, not going. But let's continue. Keeping on. When diving below the surface of this vessel will be subject to extreme pressure, and any failure of the vessel while I'm aboard could cause severe injury or death. I understand, and I may decline to participate in any dive below the ocean surface or any activity of the operation at any time. Again, so they made it clear you could back out. Number 4, support vessels, excuse me, upon which I may board are industrial vessels not specifically designed for passenger operations and present many hazards, including, without limitation, large, heavy objects, heavy swinging doors, and low overhangs, which they couldn't even stand up in this thing. They had to sit the entire time. These could become even more hazardous in heavy seas. In addition, during the operation, I may board small vessels and other equipment that could expose me to property damage, injury, disability, or death. Moving on really quick, if I choose to assist in the servicing of operations of the submersible vessel, I will be exposed to risks associated with high pressure gases, pure oxygen servicing, high voltage electrical systems, and other dangers that could lead to property damage, injury, disability, or death. The operation will take place largely at a great distance from the nearest hospital or rescue personnel. If I am injured during the operation, I may not receive immediate medical attention. First aid available on the ship may not be the equivalent to what it is on land. I acknowledge that all travel in or around the water on vessels of any type, including submersibles, entails both known and anticipated risks that could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, death, or harm to myself or third parties, or damage to my property. Although Ocean Gate Expeditions Ltd. will take steps to, and we won't read the whole thing, provide me with adequate training equipment and skilled personnel, I understand that such risks simply cannot be eliminated from the operation. And it goes on for a little while longer. Basically, they make it clear, if you sign this, you agree that if you die, it's pretty much your fault. And we're going to spell it out A to Z on here. So there it is.
That sounds like a pretty boilerplate.
Yeah. Typical legalese.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why Josh Gates took a ride in one of the trial runs, said, yeah, no, thanks. I'm out. That's the host of Expedition Unknown on the Discovery Channel, by the way.
I was actually going to bring that up.
Continue, then, Carrie, what I...
No, you literally mentioned everything I was going to, because I think he saw the document and was like, yeah, no, this is not going to happen.
So then my question has to be, then why did they allow it to go forward then?
Because they're egotistical, arrogant fuckholes.
That's one way to put it.
The other thing is, a lot of people like the thrill of being able to say that they did something that no one else has done before.
Yeah, and like I said, I get that, but you got to do something that you're gonna potentially, like, you don't go. I don't think anybody goes into something saying like, oh yeah, I'm probably not gonna make it back. These guys, like, they're just. You look at everything involved, you're like, what are you guys thinking? Like, what are you doing?
And if I remember right, then a lot of the early airplane flights have very similar documents that people had to sign because there was so much concern that the planes would break apart or crash or whatever.
Sure. I think one of the big differences is the early airplanes didn't have, about 100 years of research and development of submersibles beforehand to say this might not be a good idea to begin with.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the Wright brothers probably put the best materials that they had at their disposal at the time into their construction based on mathematic calculations on, okay, will this have enough power to lift this material that weighs this much off the ground?
I'm literally just playing devil's advocate here.
Also, Successful Endeavors asks, Rhino, if you were a billionaire and you wanted to fake your death, how would you do that? I would take a field trip to the sun, sir. That's how I would do it.
Nice. So you'd Elon Musk yourself.
That's right. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we return, we'll get into more about the submarine, as well as some things, more importantly, that weren't discussed while the submarine stuff was all over the headlines. Some things that you may want to be aware of that you weren't told about. So we will take a short break and, grab a beer, empty your bladders, do what you got to do. We'll be back in about 6 minutes.
Hello, my name is Rhino, Red Pill Rhino. You may know me from such things as Jimmy's Waffle World, the Cougar Academy, and Bing Bong McFisty's Asian Massage Parlor Supply House and Emporium. Today I want to talk about something truly near and dear to my heart, Brontosaurus. You know, it wasn't that long ago that I was denying the Brontosaurus even existed. Yes, I know it's true, and I know I was wrong, but let me explain. You see, it wasn't until Billy Von Baum showed me a study that I realized the errors of my ways. He showed me the light and had me read this study published by highly educated paleontologists, people with far greater knowledge than I'd ever hoped to have on the subject of dinosaurs. I fully admit I am not an expert paleontologist. That's just the facts, Jack. I was so impressed with this study that I must share it with you now. The problems start with the original Brontosaurus holotype. That's what they call the fossil that gets named, and to which every other fossil is compared. The Brontosaurus holotype was found in Montana in 1877 during a period of fierce, unwieldy fossil hunting known as the Bone Wars, where the prestige of naming a new dinosaur often trumped scientific scruples. The dino's discoverer was notable rapscallion Othniel Charles Marsh, the leading paleontologist at Yale. He named the remarkably complete fossil of Brontosaurus excelsus after declaring it to be a new species. But in 1903, paleontologists decided that this naming had been hasty. Marsh's finding, they said, seemed to be little more than a smaller version of another closely related dinosaur called Apatosaurus. They declared the name invalid, and that's been generally agreed upon up until today, even if the public loves the name Brontosaurus. Later in the 20th century, the case against the thunder lizard got even stronger. Remember what we said about scientific scruples? Paleontologists who went back to the original find in the 1970s uncovered this eyebrow-raising fact. Marsh's original finding was actually a mishmash of two completely different dinosaurs from two entirely different quarries. The skull was taken from one, now known to be the skull of Camarasaurus, and just plopped onto the skeleton from another. With that kind of skullduggery around the supposed skull and bones of Brontosaurus, the name seemed an unlikely candidate for a scientific renaissance. Yet a team of paleontologists led by Emmanuel Chop at the New University of Lisbon in Portugal completed a massive computer analysis of fossils in a group of dinosaurs called Diplodocids that includes old thunder lizard. And to their surprise, they say they found that Brontosaurus really is in its own group. Its fossils share distinct, incomparable bone features, enough for it to reclaim its iconic genus name. First, he and his colleagues Octavio Mateus and Roger Benson collected a major trove of fossil data on almost all the known diplodocid fossils. This group includes Apatosaurus and most of the other long-necked, long-tailed dinosaurs, though not creatures like Brachiosaurus that have larger front legs than back, or massive titanosaurs like Dreadnoughtus. The scientists then ran the data through statistical programs which grouped the dino fossils based on their various bone peculiarities. For the most part, the computer groups matched how paleontologists currently view the evolutionary tree of these dinosaurs. This convinced the team they were on the right track, says Chop. But it led them to a few surprises, including Brontosaurus. According to Chop, there are 7 specific bone differences that make the body of the original Brontosaurus its own species and genus, not just some other big dino that's been mislabeled. Most of are rather subtle, including facts like this. The tail vertebrae in dinosaurs related to Brontosaurus have spiny prominences called neural spines, he says. And for most of these dinosaurs, these spines project kind of backwards, but in Brontosaurus, they're more straight up. Brontosaurus's hips are unusual, with 2 bones, the ilium and pubis, meeting a curious junction. And its lower leg fibula meets its ankle bones in an equally unusual manner. Like we said, we're talking about subtle differences, but these are the differences that make a species. The algorithms Chop used to do this research aren't too complex. The scientists could only do this research now because we've only just now found enough fairly complete skeletons of these enormous dinosaurs that paleontologists can establish a general backbone to compare the rest against, he says. This team has pretty much put the thunder back in dinosaur, he says, and that's a big deal. So there you have it. The Brontosaurus is real. I can't believe I ever denied it. I want to make a heartfelt apology to Billy Von Baum forever. Let me repeat, ever questioning the existence of Brontosaurus. I will never question anything he ever says ever again. I am humbled by his superior knowledge on the subject of Brontosaurus, which again are in fact real. This has been Red Pill Rhino affirming to you, the audience, the people of Earth, Billy, and to myself, that Brontosaurus have existed on this planet. Thank you and good night.
So there you go. You get a little bit of, science and history lessons as well when you come watch us over here. Going through the chats really quick. Rumble is dead tonight, so I don't know if I'm just not seeing the chats and it's a Rumble thing, or if it's just dead. There's a few of you watching, several of you watching over there. So I'm going to guess that Rumble has some kind of glitch going on right now. But if you're over there watching on Rumble, say hi in the chat. And if I see it, at least I know it's working. Bronto Lives Matter by Mr. E here.
Yes, we do.
We've affirmed that. Right there. I'm waiting on the fucking merch now. I'm going to rock one of those shirts on the show because that got to me, you know? All that research and dedication and hard work really got to me.
I want that M&M's pack.
Yeah, no kidding.
That just bored me to death. I don't know about you, but I almost died of boredom watching
fucking jackal. All right, we have St. Louis Arge, Riggs, Get Woke, Go Crushed. Jesus Christ. Transgender. All right, moving on. Pooping while standing. What's the difference piloting an ROV yourself to say you explored the Titanic versus being there directly? Ego, a rich man's Achilles heel. And then St. Louis Arch also says here, are y'all going to talk about the possibility of a coup attempt, propaganda thing that may or may not be happening with Wagner and Russia?
Oh, Wagner?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If we get a minute at the end, maybe we can talk about it. If you guys have any articles you want to pop in the private chat,
I'd just like to say, go woke, get chum.
Well,
perhaps you're
speaking
just
of
chummy with them.
Apathy. St. Louis Arch, Riggs, same thing with aircraft or any type of machinery, things that can kill you, yes. And Rhino is wearing his Bronto Lives Matter thong. Well, yeah, they've got those on the site now, but I'm waiting for the shirts and the cups and the hats and the stickers.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see as much Bronto Lives Matter merch as we can possibly get. And when it comes out, I expect to see all of you rocking that merch as well. I'm not sure what cause it's going to support, but we'll have to talk to this guy because I think he's behind it all.
That's gonna have to be a pass. I'm not wearing any of that shit on stream.
Will there be celebratory soda pops and candies and stuff for our
Billy,
people?
You got to let us know about that.
What it's going to be used towards? I don't know. Probably getting me drunk. Maybe buying me another motorcycle. I don't know.
I appreciate the honesty.
Is it going to get you another Billy Jr.?
Maybe Billy Jr. I could buy Billy Jr. could buy a motorcycle.
A few more prostitutes.
Billy Jr.
No, you get another Billy Jr. You could pay a
miniature Billy Jr. and smaller.
Miniature. Billy Jr. Jr.
Miniature, or you could just have a surrogate give you another Billy Jr. You can
all
have
right,
Billy
look.
Jr.
Here's the problem. Normally these shows have a little bit of fun, and we've been pretty serious this time. So we're going to break up the monotony a little bit, and we're going to watch a bear get hit in the dick. Because
that's the one where it's scratching its back, and then it gets wow.
I just feel like it's been far too serious tonight. So let's enjoy the bear for a moment.
Yeah, we've seen this.
All right, let me full screen
it's
it.
Bad. Brace yourself. Well, he's a dumb animal. That's
there you go. Also, I did want to show you this. Outlaw, did you verify this is a real photo?
What do you mean?
Define real.
Or no, that was Mando. Excuse me.
Yeah, that was Mando.
It is a real photo. This is actually a real fish.
Okay.
That somebody has brought up to the surface.
All right. Well, if you have children or you like seafood, viewer discretion is advised. We'll show that here really quick as well.
Ew.
But yeah, if you have any young ones, you shouldn't have them watching this show ever. What the hell is wrong with you?
It couldn't be as bad as munging, but I could.
Munging?
Munging, yeah, and I'm probably fixing to be stand corrected.
Or funging.
See, once upon a time, this was a normal fish, and then.
Well, the thing is, the image that you see on the left-hand side of the screen, that's the fish at its native depth. What you see on the right-hand side of the screen, that's the fish at normal human atmosphere depth.
The reason for that, it was pulled up too fast, though, right?
No. No, that fish has no skeleton.
Yeah, it's all jelly.
That's why it's at that depth, because just like jellyfish, no skeleton.
Well, no, the thing is, I don't know if you or how many of you have played the Mass Effect games, but they're very similar to a species in that series called the Volus, that they have to live in these pressure suits when they're in a human normal atmosphere. Because for them, they exit those suits and their skin will literally pop like a bubble. The blobfish has kind of got a similar issue, where when it's down at its native depth, it's swimming along just fine, nice and happy, no issues whatsoever. You bring it up to something close to what humans can tolerate, and all of a sudden it looks like Lizzo.
Fair enough. All right.
Like Mrs. Puff.
On that note, just going to the chat here a little bit more. Billy is at the Asian massage parlor getting his Friday night rub and tug. There you go. That's Riggs Jr. for you.
Conveniently, we don't see his desk. It could be an Asian woman underneath the desk.
Jimmy Bones here in the chat. Nothing like a good old bear dick slap to break up the seriousness. No shit.
What the?
WS, we all need more blowing hookers, Jimmy. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to disagree. Riggs Jr., I love watching animals deal with this or parenting shenanigans. There you go. And everybody else is talking about starburst cyst munging for outlaw. Wait. Let me add to that. Moist starburst cyst munging for outlaw. I learned something from Brandon Trueblood. We know now that MGTOW Outlaw hates the word moist, and I will weaponize that whenever possible. So.
It's like I don't know if it's the sound of the syllables the word makes or what. I don't know what it is, but it's just
that's the first
moist.
male I've ever heard.
Yes.
Here, I got it.
So hang on. Here's a theory for you. You don't like it for the same reason that ladies over a certain age don't like it. It reminds you of what you once had.
Yeah.
It reminds them of what they once were.
That was harsh. All right. We're going to jump back into these articles. We have a few to get through, so I'm going to try to pick up the pace a little bit.
But they don't like top rope because it reminds them back when they were tight.
Hang on a second. God damn it.
I'm afraid to ask, but I've heard that there was a Starburst story with Pop, too.
There is. Well, it's not with Pop, but it's on his show. There is a Starburst story, and it's not what you think it is. It's not good.
Starburst
it's not good at all.
makes the soda. They actually have a soda.
I could tell the story. I could paraphrase it shortly, but you really need to hear it in its full glory. I don't know if there's a short about it yet, but here's what it comes down to. Screen sharing was canceled. That's my fault. Anyway, I guess this guy and this girl had this thing where they wanted to try to kink where she put a starburst inside of her and he got the starburst out. You see how this goes. The only problem was, I'm giving you the paraphrase, not great version of it. But she goes to the doctor and the gynecologist and the gynecologist finds a starburst in there and starts asking questions. And they end up finding out that he didn't eat the starburst, but that he ate a cyst that had detached.
Oh my God.
So he assisted the medical community.
Yeah. There you go. So now you know about the starburst cyst.
That's called an impromptu surgery.
Successful endeavors, cyst-flavored starburst fruit chews. There you go.
Why are they all cherry? Oh,
why are they all brown?
Oh, you know, part of that paraphrasing that I missed is that apparently he thought it was the best tasting starburst of his life. So just to add to the nastiness of that story. There it is. Polska said it too. The guy said he liked the taste. So there you go, Kitty Stalker. You're welcome for that.
Remember when I said that I was going to be stand corrected?
Yeah.
You've been put in an exoskeleton that's standing straight up, corrected.
This is why you can't miss an episode on Pop, because weird shit like that always tends to come up. So, all right, we have,
and you become the captain of the gay cruise.
Yes. One ad. By the way, Soldier Girl, thank you for the donation. If it wasn't last week, I think it was 2 weeks ago now. But she is saying hello to everyone in the panel in the chat. So there you go.
I have to say hello to her because I didn't say hello to her last time, and she drilled me for it later.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
You say.
Hello, Soldier Girl. So you don't get upset.
Hello, Soldier Girl.
Sorry, Kitty Stalker. If anybody puked, my bad, man.
Hey, Kitty Stalker, in all seriousness, be glad that's me, or not me and Crusader Nate on here, because we'd be passing back and forth stories that make everyone on the stream puke.
Yes. I'm sure Crusader would be enjoying watching everybody's disgust with this one. All right, let's get back into these articles here, though.
Somehow, though, it still doesn't top munging. So
no, munging. You didn't even know what munging was a couple weeks ago, did you?
It's been a few months, but it's something I wish I didn't know about.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us wish to have ever known about it.
I learned about it when I was in middle school, man. So.
Outlaw.
Yes.
Just be glad you never had to deal with the Army Medical Corps.
Oh my god!
I could tell some stories that would make everyone on the stream turn green without a filter.
On that note, I got to tighten this up a little bit. We are not Jimmy Bones Waffle World, so we have a topic to talk about here. But I hope you enjoyed the tangents, the bear dick slapping, and the munging. Moving right along. This is from CBS News, so propaganda, but Titan submersible maker OceanGate faced safety lawsuit in 2018. You don't say. Potential danger to passengers. All right. The maker of the missing Titanic. Yeah, the missing Titanic submersible OceanGate was the target of complaints in 2018 by a former employee over the safety of the vessel's hull. It was probably that 50-year-old white guy they fired. But anyway, according to court documents, according to court documents reviewed by CBS Money Watch, OceanGate fired employee David Lockridge in 2018 after he expressed concern about the submersible safety. The company sued him that same year, claiming Lockridge had breached his employee contract by disclosing confidential information with the Occupational Safety and Health Administration when he filed a whistleblower complaint with the agency. In response to OceanGate's lawsuit, Lockridge alleged that in a 2018 court filing that he'd been wrongfully terminated and that his actions were aimed at ensuring the safety of passengers on the submersible, and called the Titan. The submersible called the Titan. Let me jump this over really quick. The Titan is now the focus of a massive search in the North Atlantic after it went missing during a dive to the wreckage of the Titanic. 5 passengers on board. We already know that. In his complaint filed in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington, Lockridge alleged that he had raised concerns about the safety of the Titan with OceanGate and advised that the company conduct more testing of the vessel's hull. Lockridge said he had disagreed with the employer about the best way to test safety of the sub, and that he objected to OceanGate's decision to perform dives without non-destructive testing to prove its integrity. Non-destructive testing is a type of analysis used on materials to determine their integrity and reliability. Moving right along. The paying passengers would not be aware and would not be informed of this experimental design, the lack of non-destructive testing on the hull, or that the hazardous flammable materials being used within the submersible, Lockridge legal filing stated. The document added that Lockridge believed the company could subject passengers to potential extreme danger. It did. Separately, a trade group sent a letter to OceanGate in 2018 expressing reservations about the sub's safety. CBS obtained the letter from the Manned Underwater Vehicles Committee of the Marine Technology Society, which said the group was concerned that OceanGate's experimental approach could have potentially catastrophic outcomes that could impact their industry. OceanGate didn't immediately respond, shocking, to the request for comment. In a statement to CBS News, Lockridge's attorney said he had no comment regarding his allegations. We pray for everybody's safe return, and we know that, unfortunately, didn't happen. So there you go. Thoughts to the panel here.
Well, I think I can't really fault the people who bought into this. The passengers. They signed the waiver, yes, and all that. But when they were spending that kind of money, I'm sure they, fully thought that everything was tested and everything was on the up and up. It's really the that CEO, he knew that things weren't good, right? He knew that, he's running like they had one. It seemed like they only had one controller that like
we're about to get into that too.
There was no redundancies on any of these things, and it's very.
There
apparently were a couple extras. Yeah.
Oh
could say that
gosh,
he was running a tight ship around there.
Well, he knew full well, and he risked all those people's
Was that an
lives.
implosion joke?
He risked all those people's lives for for the glory of he was definitely arrogant. Probably had a huge fucking ego, and it's really those people at the top are really accountable for what happened here. I believe.
Yeah.
I agree. Or they should be anyway.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can't sue a dead guy, but
the CEO is dead.
Oh yeah, I did see this. I didn't get a chance to pull it up because I fucked that up. But there's already a job listing for a replacement position in that company. Yeah, I have it posted on other social media. I just didn't have a chance to put it on the show tonight. But you can find that if you look around the internet long enough. But yeah, they're already looking for new people for the job. So if you're not white, old, and possibly conservative, feel free to apply over at the OceanGate company over there.
I mean, but who's? Go ahead.
Allegedly, there was an air transport company in the 1930s that was doing transatlantic flights that had a CEO changeover after a horrific incident. Some of you all might have heard about this. I think it was called the Hindenburg.
Well, honestly, who the hell's going to sign up for that thing now? Nobody. That company's done. Nobody's going to sign up for that.
Nope.
Oh, for OceanGate?
No, that company is finished.
Yeah, that company's toast.
All I know, if it was a Fast and Furious
on Rumble, and either nobody's answering or you're right, Rumble might be shitting the bed on that one.
All I know,
but Rhino's so good. Rumble is so awesome.
I wanted to thank you. Successful endeavors. Not everyone. I can't even talk anymore. Not everyone appreciates the job that Blake does, but Rhino and Jimmy do a decent job covering for Blake, and he takes a little time off. We try. I try not to sink the ship. So yeah, thank you.
Nice choice of words given tonight.
But all I know is if this was a Fast and the Furious movie, Dominic Toretto would have found them
because of family. Yeah, he would have gotten them out of
family.
See, look at this. Where the fuck is Jimmy? Everybody wants to know where the fuck Jimmy went. Well, we do know where Jimmy went, but we can't discuss it right now. But Jimmy is taking a hiatus. He's off on a cruise somewhere, possibly on a experimental craft. So hopefully he comes back soon.
I hear he's having a mini Jimmy crafted.
A mini Jimmy.
That's the rumor.
He found.
We don't need any more mini anybody's
in the cornfield.
Oh man.
Yeah. Jimmy Bones says we do our best, but we can never get to the level of the captain. It is an honor to help co-host. So there you go. St. Louis Arch in the chat. The view hole was only certified for 14. Oh yeah, this is true too. For 1,400 meters. When it pushed the certification outfit pushed back and refused. The Titanic is at 4,000 meters.
4,000. Yeah.
This entire operation is sketchy as hell. Did you also know? If you watched the little, there was a little tour they did where they showed. The inside of the thing and the two little I'm making it worse. The two little cameras on the side, the camera in the back. They explained that the shitter was at the fucking window of that thing, the little porthole. The shitter's right there. And he's like laughing about, well, you can get a great view and we can put up a privacy curtain. The only window in the submarine happens to be the same place you shit or piss. Yeah, that would have already just told me I'm not going on this fucking.
Shit or piss
Yeah,
into what?
no.
A fucking. They had a can, like a bottle that you use for
like
camping.
No, it was like a little black. It had a hose coming out of it. It was a little black container. It looked like a porta shitter or something.
Maybe it was the same design of shitter that they used on German U-boats in Second World War.
It was plastic. I don't know, but
what I'm getting at is they needed somebody who was specially trained in how to flush the darn thing.
fair enough. Felton around says hello to Jimmy. So there you go. Felton, if you haven't checked him out, you need to check out Felton. Haven't seen him tonight, but who knows if he'll show up or not. Although this isn't going to be as long of a show. So if you're going to jump in, you got to jump in soon. Let's see. Polska Bob, tight ship of diversity. And then Successful Endeavors here says $250,000 to die. Yeah, but to them, that was $30. So let's be honest, it wasn't that bad. So $30 to die, a Big Mac and a Coke and fries to die. Mr. E, the U.S. government can't regulate international waters. This is being used to divert our attention as nothing will change in that industry. Yes. Ronan's son, their sub failed to meet the minimum standards for safe, reliable, and consistent operation. Absolutely. And Jimmy is making waffle recipes. Apparently, he's going to be adding some diversity to his videos. So we'll have
Don't
to
worry, it's not the kind of diversity that DEI goes for.
He moved away from blue waffles. Now he's making red, yellow, and potentially brown waffles.
Yeah, moving right along. Kitty Stalker, he went to butter Miss Waffle's cheeks. So there you go.
Wow.
And apparently,
he might
Felton
not be
has
wrong
the.
there.
Yeah, and apparently Felton has the same Logitech controller that from 10 years ago. Riggs Jr., I wouldn't want to be in that thing in 100 feet of water, let alone at Titanic depths. No kidding. I don't even know in the safest submarine if I'd be willing to do that, man. Just personally, I'm not claustrophobic, but I don't know about being that far down underwater and knowing there's no way out if something goes wrong. That's not my idea of a good time. St. Louis Arch, Polska Bob, Battle Beagle over on Twitter, one of the many hero millennials and Zoomers out there, has a saying, and I'll paraphrase: modern societies need certain people to build and maintain complex systems. Oh, there we go. Part 2, systems. When those people go away, so I say society fails. And I would say at this point, we're probably at that.
We're on the cusp of that.
There's a lack of intelligent people to design things anymore. Or maintain
and
things.
honestly, it was pointless to go down there because you're only looking out of a thing that big, right? Well, theirs was a little bit bigger, but still, in comparison to a huge ship in the dark, you're going to have a better view looking at it on tape, with the cameras.
It's not like there were already documentaries which they sent, robots down there. We could just watch it on TV from the safety of our living room and not worry about dying in an untested sub. But
it was just to get that, that thing to say, look what I did.
Yeah.
It was just
if only we could have built the Sequest by now, which I think in that TV show, we're already past that point.
2063.
Is it 2063? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm wrong.
One thing you can take away from this, no matter whether it was, fishy or whatever, this is a warning.
Why are you on me?
I'm working on it. I'm shuffling the deck here.
This is a stern warning to the rest of our country not to diversity hire based off politics for a job this serious.
Yeah,
seriously.
That's going to continue to happen no matter what.
You'd think that would be logical thinking. Instead of
logic
hiring someone
left
for
what is it, around Harambe's time?
Yeah, well, that makes sense because I remember I was in high school at the time, and that was when I noticed just how many kids in my class were probably just barely able to get over the mentally retarded spectrum.
Well, and actually, I've got a really crazy question, and I know this is crazy. Feel free to virtually slap me across the face on this one.
I wish I had the sound effect.
If
there it is.
We've got VR capabilities that are reasonably good. We've got underwater drones that have the capability of having camera systems where you can essentially be controlling it using VR. Would it not have been just as expensive and just as interesting to go on a support ship out to the spot and get the effect of swimming down there yourself using one of these VR headsets and systems? Then you could basically go poke your nose into whatever you wanted down there without fear of sharks, crushing depths, rigs.
Exactly.
Misting.
But it's all
Rigs.
it's all for bragging. You got to remember, it's all for bragging rights. That's all it was for.
Yeah.
It's all to put, to put that, that belt on to say, look what I did. I was down at the Titanic. I couldn't see anything.
Speaking of bragging, apparently their son decided, one of the people that were on this death trap, their son decided to go see Blink 182, and somebody on my social media said something that cracked me up, and I probably am on that bus straight to hell. It was a quote, "Where are you?" It was so bad. It was so
I'm over here.
Yeah.
Where are you?
What will it be next? No, in all seriousness, what will be next? Will it be a plane crash next time because they refuse to hire old white men? What about it? Train wreck? Another boat crash?
Not far off.
Yeah, but okay.
You think.
I'm seeing this stuff more and more. Like, again, I'm in the auto industry, and I see that they're hiring people that are unqualified, and this trickles down to all different industries and whatnot. And it's going to get worse with the advent of the AI, chat AIs, and all this that allows people to basically fake things like their papers that they need to write for school and all this kind of stuff. I mean, if you thought cheating was bad before, cheating's going to be way worse, and people are going to get degrees for stuff they have no business doing, and then go out into the world and get jobs they have no business in having. I see it. I see it at my daily job. I see people who are like, "What are you doing here?" Like, I've been in the auto stuff since 1990. And you could just, like, when you're doing stuff, I mean, any of you guys, I don't know what some of you guys do, but if you have like a profession you've been doing for a long time, and you see somebody come into it who like says they're this, that, and the other thing, you can kind of feel them out, like, and
You
be
can
like,
tell.
oh yeah, this guy knows, or you could be like, yeah, this person doesn't know shit.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a lot of people lately who are like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Also, Soldier Girl in the chat here, I might not understand what you're saying. Red Pill Rhino, it's wax from 488. And then she puts this winky face in here. Then she says, say it with a long pause. 488. I don't know. I'm not sure what that means.
That's the number that Pop assigned her brother.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. E says a Carnival ship with complete loss. Yeah, how many lives can be on board those big, huge cruise ships?
Right.
Several thousand.
About 1,000.
Yeah, they're the size that they can carry small cities essentially.
And
Yeah,
if you
don't
hire
aircraft
somebody,
carriers carry that much too?
and if you hire people to run those types of craft that are diversity hires, and they kill that many people, you're talking about a major catastrophe at that point.
Well, stuff like that's already happened. They might not have died, but like they had problems with shit breaking down.
Right.
Like that they didn't have people who knew how to troubleshoot and get things running again. And it happened a couple of times.
Jumping in here really quick again, Soldier Girl, now that we got that cleared up, let him know I said thank you for that. We appreciate it here. All right. Let's get into this next article. Before we do have a fabricated American here tonight. So,
yes, we
say
do.
hello to Felton.
I do apologize. Pando.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, before you jump over to that, I went ahead and looked up the crew complement for a Nimitz class carrier, and it's between 5,000 and 5,200, including the air wing.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck.
So
that's a lot of people on a very small piece of real estate.
So putting that into perspective, that is roughly 20 times the population of the city I graduated high school in.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, Jimmy just brought up a good point there with this. Remember the ship that got blocked in the canal?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I remember that.
Oh,
yeah. I'm telling you, man, people are getting fucking dumber. Like, look at what they're teaching in school. They're teaching, like, you know, gay, like, who to fuck in your ass, you know? That's what they're teaching the kids these days. They're not teaching them math. They're not teaching
hold
them.
on.
Wait.
Brings in
Wait.
pink items to teach sex ed. You know something.
It's reading, writing, arithmetic, and who I can fuck in the ass.
You know, when I was in school, they taught me how to use those clocks. You can't. The kids don't even know how to use the regular clocks anymore, but they know all. Yeah, but they know all 65 fucking flavors of gender. So that's good. That's going to help them.
No. The
No, that's not
gender
good.
is a spectrum, and there's
Oh.
actually
No,
more
it's
than
not.
it's invincible, and by invincible I mean there's a lot of them, and also I've been drinking a lot tonight.
Are we talking invincible like the yellow PT belt?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Let's not Fed electrician this.
All right, here we
I
go.
was gonna
St.
say
Louis Arch, really quick. Jimmy, between the news stories and the personal experience, we can come up with countless examples of how diversity hiring sucks, essentially. There you go. Billy, what were you saying there?
No, I was just saying to a Gen Xer like myself, I find it very funny that you millennials don't even know how to read script.
Listen.
Do you know how to read script, Rhino?
What kind of script are we talking about? We talking about a script like
Script
in the
writing.
movies?
No, script.
Cursive writing.
You talking about
Cursive
cursive?
writing.
I can
Yeah.
write cursive.
Can you?
I know
Yeah.
cursive. I
Yeah, they
learned
taught us
when I was
cursive in school.
I learned.
How about you,
cursive.
Jackal?
Fucking boomer.
How about you, I'm not a boomer. I'm Gen X. What about you, Jackal? Can you read script? Can you read cursive?
It's cursive,
Silence.
sir. It's cursive.
Sorry, cursive, script, whatever the fuck you want to call it. He's silent.
I never
see?
heard it called script. That's the first.
Well,
I wrote a script. I wrote a script to do a video, and nobody could read it because.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I just don't know
how
how to
the
do
fuck?
anything.
How the fuck else are you supposed to write your signature if you don't know cursive? Like you have to do your.
I've seen people write some fucked up
just-
things. It's a blah.
ABC.
You write an X. You write an X like anybody that can't write anything.
We're getting
Have
to
you
that
seen
point.
physician signatures?
Anyway, I think we
But
need to
you
get back
wonder-
on the rails.
real quick. But you wonder why like other countries are just like eating our lunch. I mean, they go to school like in Japan, like they're serious. Fucking China, they are serious.
Mhm.
They put their kids, it's reading, writing, all the stuff you need to know, and they work at it, man.
He's
And
not wrong.
I mean, the United States,
Well,
if you
we've
look at
probably been
the
too
education
comfortable.
levels, we rank like not up in the top.
At the bottom.
No, we haven't been anywhere near
We
the
suck.
top in at least 70 years.
Well,
Listen, only a closeted boomer would call cursive script. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Jackal, fix your
I'm a-
picture.
I'm gonna say to his point. The reason we haven't been on the top is because we've been at. I can't even say it with a straight face. We've been adding the Waffle House Americans in there too.
Waffle House Americans.
Well,
all right. Let's get
I
back
think
on
we've been
fucking
too
topic before we go too far off the rails,
Well,
guys.
I can tell you for some of those machines that you sign your name at the store, all it takes is just a line in some
Yeah.
cases to accept.
Somebody
Or-
signed for something of mine the other day, and they just like I watched them. They just like put a thing on the screen, and then it was done. Like, holy shit! I put my car in your fucking care, and that's what's happening.
Here we go.
Rhino, go ahead.
All right. New York Post here. Logitech suffers a stock hit. Sarcastic Amazon reviews over on the Doom Titan sub. Logitech took a stock hit and was flooded with negative and sarcastic reviews on its Amazon page. That's terrible. On its Amazon page after it was revealed the Swiss computer manufacturer was behind the video game controller. Yeah, it's not a fucking PlayStation controller. It's a 10-year-old Logitech controller. Anyway, it was behind the video game controller used to navigate the ill-fated Titan submersible. According to OceanGate, the 21-foot sub was made with a handful of off-the-shelf components, including scaffolding poles, just like I said, for the sub's ballast and a video game controller in place of a steering wheel. Yikes. Specifically, a modified Logitech F710 wireless controller was used to operate a $250,000 a seat vessel. Logitech's U.S. listed shares have fallen nearly 3.4% since Monday. The day the news broke the vessel was carried. This world is so fucking ridiculous, man. Carrying passengers was missing.
Anybody who's familiar with Logitech,
yeah.
What did you expect?
Yeah.
It's Logitech.
Exactly the greatest.
I mean, my mouse is Logitech, my keyboard is Logitech, and both of them have performed pretty well.
They're known for not being a very big barrier to entry when it comes to their products.
Yeah.
Moving on. The shares, which had plunged as much as 11% on Wednesday, were recently at $55.71 in early Friday trades. The controller is listed at Amazon. In case you want to buy this thing, the controller is, and you can click the link here too. The controller is listed at Amazon for $49.99 and only has 4 stars. Only 4 stars. That's pretty good.
It's actually on Amazon. It's $29.99 right now because I'm literally buying one.
It's on sale.
You mean to sit there and tell me they took $250,000 to fucking design a science fair project submarine?
Well, no. $250,000 per person.
Yeah.
To design
down there.
No, that was per seat.
That was just the ticket.
Are you telling me Are you guys telling me the best that they could come up with was an Ed and Eddie scheme to build a submarine?
Yeah, that's essentially it.
No, that's a fanboy and chum scheme right there. That is terrible.
So the thing about it is, it wasn't just they just sold a couple seats. They already did this trip once last year, right? So people have already paid to do this, right? And now they had another paying group, and there was like a waiting list for this thing. So people have put down deposits and all this. But the problem is that this is a startup company, right? So startup companies, they'll have like angel investors, they'll have seed rounds. Like there is a lot of money involved. This wasn't just like they took $250,000 or even $500,000 and started this company. No, they had millions of dollars into this.
There was a lot of money involved, and they tried to involve James Cameron in this.
Yeah, he wanted nothing to do with it.
James Cameron said no, but also a lot of other people were like concerned about the safety issues, and they even fired somebody. When they were developing the sub, saying, "Hey, this is a safety issue," they fired the fucking guy.
Yeah, you're about an hour late on that conversation.
No, Jimmy. Ed and Eddie would have built a much better submarine.
For the record, on the record, and moving on. The listings question and answer section has already been inundated with sarcastic queries like, can I use this for my submersible? And would you recommend this controller for piloting a tourist submarine? Asking for a friend. Thanks. I shouldn't laugh. I'm going to hell. So that's already been determined. Meanwhile, a cheaper Logitech game controller, the F310 model that's listed as Amazon's choice for $24.99, also boasts comments since the submersible began its doomed voyage to the Titanic wreck, trolling the product. Look elsewhere for your submarine needs, one user wrote alongside a 1-star review. Controller sank my submarine. Another pending for review.
Okay,
you know what's 200? Hold on, 200 people voted that is helpful. So, Mando, what were you going to say?
You know what would have been absolutely hilarious for somebody to do? Get that controller, play a digital version of the game Battleship, then go on there and post a review. Yes, I successfully used this controller to sink X number of enemy naval vessels during multiple engagements.
I actually literally just bought a version of that controller so I can play Subnautica.
Okay, and moving on here. In a 2-star review, yet another customer warned, "Do not use this for steering a submarine. Huge mistake." Another customer sarcastically rated the plastic controller 5 stars, saying, "Perfect for controlling my submersible. I love finding economic solutions to my problems." God damn it. I'm done. We're done with this article. This is so fucked up. I shouldn't be laughing.
That's fucking funny.
You know,
all right.
This whole thing makes me wonder what Fat Electrician's video is going to be on this week.
So bad, man.
Oh my God.
There's that lack of empathy I was talking about, and even I'm laughing. So I'm yeah.
I'm just
Well,
gonna
there's a
say
difference between lack of empathy and having a joke about it.
That's
having
true.
a joke and laughing like we are. Okay, hoo-ha. What some people are saying, like they all deserved what they got, and
oh yeah,
yeah, that's crossing the line.
The more malicious postings.
if you
That
can,
is definitely what do you say? I won't say it's crossing the line because free speech absolutist, but it is in poor taste.
Yeah,
extremely poor taste.
well,
there you go.
My thing is, like, I bought that controller just so I can play a Subnautica game because I think it's still a little funny, and I'm one of those people that, yes, I understand and agree that it's a terrible thing that happened, but I can still see some humor there. And I'm going to fucking do it regardless if you think I'm a fucking asshole about it.
There you go. Also, Jimmy Bones in the chat says, and I don't know if I believe this, apparently there is a picture of the controller on the ocean floor going around. Can't fully 100% it confirm it's the actual controller.
Well,
I'm going to say nothing's been released yet.
Probably not.
Well, here's the thing. You find humor in not the fact that people died. You find humor in all of the things like, oh, well, this could have been avoided if they had only let old white men build the subs, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's
yeah, exactly.
It's the details of the whole story that's you find humor in, not the fact that people died.
Exactly.
Well, the fact those people died was tragic, but it could have been avoided if everybody just realized that they saw that controller and just like, nope, I'm out of here.
There were many things they could have seen along the way and went, this is fucking retarded. I'm not getting on that. That's not going to come back up.
Like the idea that
right.
once you're bolted in, you have to be back on the surface before you can get out.
You can't get out. Somebody else has to let you out. Fuck that.
Also,
no, thank you.
Bolts.
Also, it is a thing. It is a thing to laugh at serious situations to help understand it.
Yeah,
and to help with the grieving process. So that is also a thing.
If Walt Disney had this problem,
Jimmy?
if Walt Disney said, "Hey, let's go to the Titanic," I'd be like, "No, I'm not gonna do that with you guys because your fucking rides suck anyway. So who cares?"
Yeah. On that note, we'll get into the next one here. Just getting through these as quickly as we can. I don't have to go through the entire thing on each article. But we've got another one from New York Post. Expedition Unknown host Josh Gates refused filming from Titanic sub, said didn't perform well. So there you go. And we mentioned that a little bit earlier. But let's see if
Josh Gates has some good fucking shows.
He's done some crazy shit too.
Yeah, and he said no to this shit.
I would also like to add, I can totally believe it was some type of a feminist that designed this sub because it looks just like a sex toy.
It does look like a fucking fleshlight.
I'm pretty
What's
sure
the revolving joke about this now? Why does it look like a fleshlight?
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here for a second.
Well, I mean, hey, everyone who entered in it was a dick.
Wow.
I'm gonna reply to that. You're not
Oh,
wrong.
man. You're not wrong.
That's a
Jesus.
good double entendre right there.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Who
Oh,
would
boy.
think I would be the serious one tonight?
Right, of all people, the fucking guy with the fucking doll sex stuff. I can't believe that video is still up and YouTube hasn't gotten upset about it.
Billy, as the person that is a fabricated American, I'm surprised that got to stay up.
I hope Billy Jr. is not going to get roped into having to pay for half of his shit to the female in the relationship.
Oh.
Good
Good luck, Billy Jr. All right, let's check out this little video really quick. It looks like it's one of these like music videos with tweets and shit, but we'll check it out. And I'm going to mute it because who knows what that music's from. Josh Gates, the host of Discovery Channel show Expedition, took a diving trip in the same Discovery Channel show Expedition Unknown took a diving trip in the same Titanic-bound sub that vanished over the weekend. Okay. There's a picture of it, but refused to take a second voyage. Here we go. From Josh Gates. To those asking, Titan did not perform well on my dive. Ultimately, I walked away from a huge opportunity to film the Titanic due to my safety concerns with the Ocean Gate platform. There's more to the history and design of the Titan that has not been made public. Much of it is concerning.
Mm-hmm.
And moving on. There's the veteran explorer hinted at potentially dangerous construction flaws and past problems. Ocean Gate's submersible has faced an onslaught of criticism since its 5-man crew went missing on June 18th.
Okay, so I have to ask a question then. When he was on that thing previously, what exactly did he see? And was he asked not to speak of it in detail?
Mm-hmm.
There are probably NDAs
Good question.
in place.
Yeah, there's an NDA in there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because from what I understand of that gentleman, he doesn't do anything lightly, and he usually is really good about finding companies to work with that are very conscious about what they're doing.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know, man. It's all I can't see how anybody would have gotten on that damn thing, just knowing all we know. And they already did know. Yeah.
But again, the people
Through that.
The people who paid for it, you know, when you pay that kind of money, they're expecting that you're getting like expertise and that the people you're paying know what the fuck they're doing, right? I'm sure they didn't
hope so.
I'm sure they weren't showed like all the flaws that are now, you know, being brought to surface. I'm sure these guys were talked up a big game, you know. How else do they get to convince them that they're going to spend $250,000 a pop, right? It's because they probably sat there and drilled in how good this is and how great it is.
Or
They
how
had
it's
no
a
idea.
lifetime opportunity.
Of course.
Right. We've got a few more articles.
Ever.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a few more articles to cover, but unfortunately my bladder is already calling again. So we're going to take another short break. If you tune in to take a break, now is the time. We'll be right back.
Okay, Jimmy, we need you to read it from the script. Are you ready? And take one.
This community wouldn't be here without you. And to be honest with you, I probably don't know if I would be here either. I would probably just be lost in the sauce and lost in space, doing whatever the fuck it is I do.
Okay, Jimmy, you kind of stumbled a bit on that last one, so let's just stick to the script, okay? And take two.
You are the man, the myth, the legend, and the community here, the community in Gilded would not be here without you and Blake.
Okay, Jimmy, just like you practiced, read it right from the script and go.
And for everything that we've accomplished because of this beautiful bastard right here.
Okay.
No homo.
You got Freddy Krueger over here.
We are all here. We are all here tonight. We have our own community set up, and it is because of Terrence Pop and Blake.
Okay, seriously, Jimmy, just read the script. That's all you gotta do. Just read the script, Jimmy, okay? Take 125.
Again, this kind of debauchery would not be plausible or would ever happen without Redonkulous, because I wouldn't know any of you guys on the stream, anybody in the chats, and I cannot thank Redonkulous.com enough for providing us with the ways to bring on this kind of camaraderie, debauchery, and dumb fuckery, because oh man, we are a bunch of just a bunch of assholes, dumb fucks, and we like to have a good time. And cheers to
Would you
every single
please that fucking washing machine already?
Okay, Jimmy, seriously, you could do it this time. Take 328.
If it wasn't for Pop and Redonkulous.com, we would not have this community here. And it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, no homo or anything like that.
Jimmy, I know you could do it this time. Take 597. Go!
But again, big shout out to Redonkulous.com. Without them, 521 lives would not still be addicted to their air addiction. This panel probably would not know anyone that existed.
Juicy.
So,
we need to stop stream at some point.
So without Redonkulous.com, this entire panel, the entire chats, we never would have, possibly would have never connected and all that good stuff, and we never would have figured out that we have such a good, strong brotherhood along with everybody. So, my final salute.
I give up.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Listen.
Jimmy's not wrong though. Without Redonkulous, we would not have connected. Probably not have connected. Maybe would have, but it would have been far later and
We
maybe
would have
far
not-
too late for too many people.
We would have not known anybody.
I wouldn't have understood that cursive is actually script. My favorite part of that actually isn't even Jimmy's speech necessarily, is that Billy had the foresight to leave the little bit in where I said, would you put that damn thing in the fucking washing machine already? It cracks me up every fucking time. That's good shit.
I really did just want to yell at Jimmy to just either shut up or get it over with. For the love of God, please.
Bro, we at the last hour of the stream, because he said we're going to watch one more video and then call it a night. 1 hour later, we're still going. I'm like, And then Jackal starts putting up these fucking things and me looking fucking disgruntled. I'm like, that is exactly how I feel. We gotta get the show over with already.
That night, I watched until he said, "This is it. We're done." I stopped watching.
You missed the fun.
And then I went and did other things, and I came back, and he was still fucking going.
Yeah, it was a good show though. But yeah, I think Jimmy went on a little too long. He did watch the koozie. That's good to hear. But yeah, that was a 5-hour stream.
And a real quick side note, MGTOW Outlaw, you said you were Alan Jackson or whatever in that thing.
The dolphin.
So I don't know if you remember the show I was on just recently with Pop. I talked about how I found pictures of my ex on a tour bus. It was Alan Jackson's tour.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well,
that was years ago.
that's-
Years
It
ago.
certainly changes things a little bit for you there.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Pretty much.
He's now known as George Strait, the dolphin.
Oh no.
George Strait, the dolphin.
Better than
All
George
right.
Gay.
Yeah. All right. We've got a few more articles to get through. God damn it. Glad there's a little bit of fun and shenanigans going on here tonight. That Jimmy video is staying as a commercial break here, though. I fucking love that video.
It is a staple of my hatred of Jimmy sometimes.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
Honestly, that video makes me feel a little bit of pity for Jimmy.
Yeah. It's all right. He means
Don't
well.
pity the
Sometimes he
fool.
just drinks a little too much. That's all. It happens.
Never pity.
All right. Back into the articles, though. All right. This is from Newsweek.com. Joe Biden accused of covering up fate of the Titanic sub in conspiracy theory. Is it conspiracy theory, or are you just bad at figuring out puzzles? Here we go.
Well, it's a very convenient distraction.
Yeah. Does this have copyrighted music too? Of course it does. So
Probably.
we'll just have to watch what it says here. I don't even know if this is related, to be honest. So let's move on down. Several right-wing commentators. What about the left wing that believes this is a bunch of bullshit too? There are a few of them. Have accused Joe Biden of withholding the news of Titan submersible's demise to distract from recent developments with his son Hunter, after it was revealed the U.S. Navy likely detected the vessel's implosion on Sunday, which they said they did. So, not really a conspiracy theory. Rear Admiral John Mauger of the U.S. Coast Guard announced on Thursday that one of the deep sea robots drafted to look for the submersible, which had been traveling to view the Titanic shipwreck in the Atlantic with 5 members aboard, had found debris consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber near where communications had been lost. This confirmed the worst case scenario that Titan had imploded under the estimated 400 bar of pressure from the sea around it. That same evening, the Wall Street Journal first reported that the U.S. Navy's top secret detection system for spotting enemy submarines had detected an anomaly around the time the submersible was thought to have imploded, information which it said it later shared with the research rescue team. Here's the bottom line on this. They apparently, and there's other channels that are covering it as well. If you don't watch Slightly Offensive, you're missing out on some great content over there as well. They did talk about this. I think it was actually today, but it was at 1 hour and 45 minutes, which they lost communication with that sub. At the same time, apparently the Navy detected something that could have been an implosion in that area. So they did know on Sunday, 1 hour and 45 minutes into this, that something had happened, and yet they failed to say anything about it and let the news cover this for another several days before they said anything final about this incident. So what does that lead me to believe? Well, I remember, and this is the red pill conspiracy theorist in me. I remember the week before 9/11, It was nothing but shark attack, shark attack, shark attack, shark attack, shark attack. That's all the news wanted to cover. Every day, every hour of the day, it was shark attacks, as if sharks were just jumping out on the land and killing people in the middle of Nebraska.
Sharknado.
Yeah, but that's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't mention anything else, and then all of a sudden, boom. And we can get into things that happened the week before 9/11 on another stream, insurance policies that were taken out and things like that. But the bottom line is there was a huge distraction about sharks when a lot of other shit was about to happen. Whether it was an inside job or not, most of you probably believe it was. The few of you that don't, whatever, look into it, make your own decisions. But yeah, there always seems to be a huge distraction when something else is going on. When there's fuckery aboot, that's about when they start talking about nonsense on the news. A boot. Yes. It's Canadian for about. Anyway,
I never knew. Like I said, it sounds like a very convenient distraction. I mean, the whole Epstein thing happened, so we know, John Grisham or Crichton, like writing, can enter into reality as far as an official statement, but something as severe as, they're billionaires on board who may not have been, liked in their home country, so somebody sabotaged the sub. It's not exactly far-fetched, but the likeliness, I'm going to say, is very, very low.
Yeah.
But it made, like I said, it made for a very convenient way for people to stop talking about the Biden investigations, Hunter getting a slap on the wrist for something a regular civilian would have been thrown into lockup for
or one
many,
of
many
Trump's
years.
family members would have been locked up for.
Yes. That, and I guess I saw it in the comments. Apparently, they're doing hearings on Hillary's conduct during Secretary of State.
I didn't even hear about that. I have to look.
I didn't even know about that. And then, what is it? Our new viewer talking about 700 migrants who just showed up on the beaches of Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, I mean, it's almost proven fact that the media and the Democratic Party are, hand in hand, basically, and they're always running cover for the Dems, right? And this story had all the elements that people just want to grab onto, right? Possible, lost people that may still be alive, and mystery and stupidity and all these
it had
elements.
all the makings of a garbage Hallmark movie.
It was like Trailer Park Boys, but underwater.
Yeah, so, and they just and it's not just the mainstream media. I mean, it's like you pull up sub. There is, I mean, look, we're talking about it, for God's sake. There's just so many channels just talking about it because it's one of those stories that you want to talk about. So it was an easy sell, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. A lot of people have questions about it because of all the weirdness surrounding it.
Well, it's socialism. You have big media and big companies in bed with government.
Billy Von
That's what you
Baum.
get.
Billy Von Baum. You're right. It's an easier sell than the president's son is a fucking crack addict and he needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, well, they don't want to talk about that to begin with. And this was, this was nice that this happened at this time, and they could just focus on that.
For like a good half a week, they could fucking just tell us that these people were possibly still alive, even though they actually knew they were dead.
Right, which is fucked up. That's more fucked up than the memes, in my opinion. Leading people, including those families of those people and friends, to believe they may still be alive when in fact they knew they were gone on Sunday.
As far as I know, the families actually probably did know at least by Monday that they were dead. But they were leading on the public for reasons And I can't tell you what reasons they were leading them on. It might have to do with the Biden.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So before I muted
hang on.
myself accidentally, I was gonna say, did you guys see what Hunter's defense attorney is saying is Hunter's defense? He was on crack.
No, nobody knew because the fucking sub wasn't there.
Was it crack or Parmesan cheese? I always get that confused.
I think crack's a lot finer than Parmesan.
Depending on who grinds it.
Okay, I just always get confused between the two. It's really hard to say anymore. Mr. E in the comments here says they're admitting Hillary helped interfere in the 2016 election, Russiagate. I've been listening to the House hearing. So there you go. There's your distraction right there. Subs and
it was the
you know,
Clinton Foundation that did fund the Steele dossier that was used as evidence to start wiretapping Trump and to start doing the whole first impeachment process.
question for all of you on the panel and all of you in the chat, other than Banana Republic, which is my answer. Why in hell is Trump being indicted federally and in New York and everywhere else, facing what, a potential 400 years in prison? But yet, hold on, the question, Hillary, the Clintons, Hunter, Joe, the big guy, why are these people just immune? And I know my answer is Banana Republic. Those of you in the chat, please give me yours. Panel, back to you.
I actually completely concur with your theory about it being a Banana Republic. We have crossed the Rubicon.
Well, the Dems have gone into all the institutions and hollowed them out, and they control them all, right? It's like, okay, like that's why I say about a distraction. A distraction for what? Like people are going to find out about this thing, and people are going to be talking about it, but it's like, okay, what's going to happen with it? Nothing, right? Nothing's going to happen to fucking Hunter. Nothing's going to happen to fucking Hillary. Nothing. So, distraction for why?
I think this goes back to why we're having the societal degeneracy or the lack of empathy. Look at our elites and how easily they get away with criminal activity.
There's another point.
Criminal activity.
There's another point to be made here, and I think.
Man, I was hoping I could get in before you made this point.
It's short. It's short. My point is essentially everybody's waiting for the next guy, but ultimately it is our responsibility to rein in the corrupt government. So waiting for the next guy isn't going to work. You can't wait for somebody else. It starts with you, and that's all I had to say.
The people.
You ruined my answer, so I can't give my answer anymore.
God damn it, Phil. What was your answer?
My answer was gonna. I can't even remember what my answer was gonna be.
You can't remember.
Did you have an answer?
Honestly, I just did a podcast and I'm drunk as shit right now. I'm just gonna say
his answer probably got caught in a lint trap.
You know what I want to know.
True, that's true.
What I want to know is, how does a fucking puppet have a stomach and a throat to drink? These are the questions we need to know.
Those are some serious questions.
That is a rude question to ask.
I want
the
the
answer. What's the answer? Puppet.
Oh, does your ass hurt, puppet? Oh, you need some butthurt cream.
The real answer to that question is, don't ask the question if you don't want to know the answer.
We're gonna reel it in.
Oh, okay,
Jimmy Bones,
that's fair.
Hunter also wrote off the hookers and sex parties on his taxes as well. Yeah, no fucking surprise there. Let's see what else we got in the chat here.
Nothing.
Not a goddamn thing. In the chat, Kitty Stalker says oligarchy. Mr. E says kleptocracy. So
they have Hunter sending text messages to people in China, being like, "Yeah, Dad's right here. Like, here, pay me money and stuff."
Yeah, I've heard Hunter is like this,
he's
and
of the right.
He's so I don't want to say flamboyant, but so like he's not even bothering to cover his tracks. He doesn't want to be a part of this. He's forced to be a part of it, which is why he's so terrible at being this thing.
Yeah.
It's like payback to get back at Daddy for whatever he did to him.
That whole family's fucked up. The fucking
of
the
course,
daughter
yeah.
taking the shower with him when she's like 12 or 13, and
Yeah.
you know the
It was 14.
I mean,
whatever.
We are talking about
Well,
the same
his
guy
daughter.
who gave the eulogy of a a Grand Dragon or something of the Triple K.
Well, Biden's known to anyone who actually pays attention with history to be one of the most racist politicians that the United States has produced in the last 100 years. And yet somehow he's managed to get a pass every time someone brings that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like the Democratic Party itself, the whole concept of it. When our politicians were starting to debate, okay, let's look at the Constitution. It says all men are created equal. Okay, so why aren't the blacks included in this? There was a group that specifically said, "Oh no, that only applies to white men." Yeah, that group of people would eventually become the Democrats.
Hey,
I was about to say
Jackal,
that
that
Democrats
there's
were the
actually
longest
something
away.
pertaining to that I'm debating if I'm going to cover on a live stream in the future or on a pre-record video in the future. But you might want to look into history of Bank of England in the 1850s. There's
I think
some.
I've already looked into that.
All
Okay,
right,
so you know where I'm going there.
We're gonna reel this back in now. I have to bring this one up because we're talking about all things ocean related, and this is a current event, and I find it amusing. So we are going to talk about it, and it's the Easter egg in the title of tonight's video. Believe it or not, it wasn't about the submarine. It was all about this. So let's talk about it. The Little Mermaid tanks in China and South Korea amid racist backlash from some viewers. Believe it or not, China and South Korea see this as racist and say,
Yeah.
You know, I actually made that joke at the very beginning of the stream.
Well, now we're going to talk about it just briefly. Then we'll get back into the rest of the stuff.
No, but I've been told that white people are.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah.
It's only white people.
I was about to say, mute that to save our ears, not your YouTube.
Yeah,
no,
it's
Can you do me a favor and at least bring up Scuttle's rap?
No, I can't do that.
No, I can't do that.
Can you bring up pictures of sea creatures getting
remake of
harpooned?
Little Mermaid.
Hang on, guys.
The live action remake of The Little Mermaid was released last week and has already made $200 million at the box office. But the Disney film appears to be the target of what's known as a review bomb. Online trolls wanting to lower its rating.
Are we
the
trolls,
speculation in this case, it's likely because the actress who plays Ariel, Halle Bailey, is black. IMDb says it's reworking its rating system for the movie. In a statement, the company said, our rating mechanism has detected unusual voting activity on this title. To preserve the reliability of our rating system, an alternate weighting calculation has been.
Yeah, like removing the dislike button off of YouTube and Netflix. Yeah, that's what they're
the
doing.
rating is pointless.
Can
Yeah, they're just gonna-
just realize that the movie just fucking sucks?
Yeah, it just sucks. That's why it's being rated like shit.
Applied.
Here's the thing.
All right, let me close that.
Here's the thing, because I've argued with so many people on Facebook about this movie, and God forbid I've had my fair share. This movie was entirely racist. They had the opportunity to make an entirely separate movie with this girl. I don't know how old she is. Why did you choose a movie specifically made in 1989 with a Caucasian white chick in a cartoon and turn her skin black when you had the opportunity to make a whole nother movie about it?
The problem is the story wasn't developed in 1989. They've developed it from a different story that was a white-centric group of people that involved a fucking Ariel going to someplace else. So they literally changed the race of the main character of a story from a different culture.
Well, it's from Viking lore, you know.
Yeah. Here, Jimmy in the chat. Jimmy in the chat, really quick. The Titanic sunk in 1912 with 3 men who could have stopped the Federal Reserve from being a thing. In 1913, the Federal Reserve was created. Now, I'm not saying the sinking was planned, but he makes a point.
But
he's not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens.
Something.
I'm gonna tell you
it's not like
guys.
there are lights in the Atlantic that they keep talking about. Yeah, the lights in the water.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now that the Titanic wasn't the boat that sank. It was her sister ship that ran into a different ship, and then they faked the sinking of the Titanic. They tried to fake the sinking of the Titanic because there was another ship around there, but it wasn't the Titanic. It was the Britannic or something like that.
I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
You're confusing a little bit of the information on it. It had some technical difficulties, essentially, that would cause it not to be seaworthy, and they swapped it out for the Titanic. God damn it, I can't talk right now.
The Titanic wasn't the ship that sank. They planned the sinking of the Titanic, but it wasn't. Yeah, you're right. Allegedly, you're right. But it wasn't the Titanic that sank. It was the sister ship that actually. So it ran into a different ship, and they couldn't recoup from because it was their fault. They couldn't recoup from the costs and whatnot. And so they sent that ship out, and there was supposed to be enough boats to come get him, or the boat that was supposed to come rescue them was supposed to be out there and be able to rescue them in time, and it just failed.
The hell are you talking about, man?
He's talking about one of the many conspiracy theories about the sinking of the Titanic.
So if you haven't heard this one already, it's worth researching. But
Okay.
yeah.
So the Olympic and the Titanic were built together. The Olympic was built first. It wasn't as nice as of a ship. And then the Titanic was launched. The Olympic was disassembled for scrap in the 1950s. There was a third ship called the Britannica, which was sunk during World War I, and it was a hospital ship.
The ship they tore apart that was supposed to be the Olympic was the Titanic.
No.
We're going to leave that for you in the chat to research and discover on your own. I am seeing a few people in the chat that are alluding to this as well.
It is a real theory.
Allegedly for now.
But Billy and me can discuss this later.
Okay. You guys can fight to the death in a cage match in the after party.
Agree to disagree on this one.
All right.
It's a dumb theory, but I enjoy it.
Along.
My money's on the other helmet wearer.
Back to the article. The Little Mermaid has bombed with moviegoers in China and South Korea amid racist critiques in some quarters over the casting of black actress Halle Bailey as the main character Ariel. Disney's live-action remake has made only $3.6 million in mainland China since the opening there on May 26th, according to Box Office Mojo. It has brought in just 19.5 million won, 2.7 million in its first 5 days, compared to the 142 million won, nearly 20 million for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. In the first 5 days of that film's opening, according to Chinese box office tracker in data. In South Korea, The Little Mermaid has grossed 4.4 million since May 24th. Okay, really? We can just skip through a lot of that crap and move down here. The chili
Rhino.
Hang on. I'll look it up in a minute. Stand by, sir. The chilly reception came as viewers in both countries questioned the choice of Bailey as the star of the movie, a decision that had been celebrated elsewhere. In the United States, young black girls have hailed Disney's decision, saying they feel represented on the big screen because of her titular role, or lack thereof. The Little Mermaid, I paraphrase that. The Little Mermaid has also done well at the domestic box office, ranking as the number 2 movie over the past weekend, which is only second so far in theaters, according to ComScore. The cold reception, getting into that. Globally, the film has now brought in an estimated $327 million, with $186 million of that coming domestically, $141 million driven by international audiences, according to ComScore. China, the world's second largest box office, has contributed a negligible amount. Fans in mainland China have shared their objections to the movie online, mainly expressing a disappointment with Bailey's casting. On Douban, a popular Chinese movie review website, users scored the film just 5.1 out of 10. On I'm going to butcher these names. On Mayoan, a Chinese movie review box office tracking performance, one user said they were puzzled as The Little Mermaid, in my mind, is white. Several others made discriminatory, accurate comments about Bailey's skin color. Look, I have no problem with stories about other races, other backgrounds, but could you make them about those people and make them unique stories and not go and steal another culture stories and bastardize them to fit your narrative? That's basically what China and South Korea are saying if you read this whole article, which you can find at CNN.com. Here's the title again. But essentially they're saying this shit's racist. Come up with your own story, Disney. Don't be plagiarizing a story written a certain way. Hang on. Here we go. So back to the panel. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, this is the erase and replace, right? Like, what's the point of doing movies that have already been done, right? Like shot for shot. They're doing movies that are pretty much shot for shot now, right?
That's what Disney's been doing.
Except they're live action, but they're changing things within it, like the casting, right? So they're erasing the old and replacing it with their new woke bullshit. And this is what they did in China, basically, when they did the whole, erasing of the old ideas. They replaced them with the new ones.
So do me a favor and look up the Chinese poster for Little Mermaid. They made it like backlit, and you can't tell what fucking skin color the main character is. Look up the poster for that. And just like for Star Wars, they fucking took Finn off the poster. Not even took Finn off the poster, made it smaller, even though he's one of the main characters of the show. Chinese people just hate black people.
Okay, I'm going to point something else out, and this is a totally different direction from where all of you are going. The original Disney version of the Little Mermaid story also did not actually have Ariel in the right quote-unquote skin tone.
Mm-hmm.
If any of you have ever actually read the original Little Mermaid, she was
Clearly
green.
none of us have.
Hans Christian Andersen.
Yep.
She was green. Okay, good.
Yeah, she was green. Actually, I dare you to look that one up, and if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Give me the evidence.
No,
but
I don't think you're wrong.
And the thing is, in high school, I had to read that book as part of an assignment.
I don't think that anybody is watching a cartoon story for mermaids for historical accuracy.
Well, no. Part of the reason I'm actually bringing this up is it follows the same pattern that Disney has followed with all of their fairy tale redos. At the very end of The Little Mermaid, Ariel don't survive, and she don't get her fins back.
Yeah, she was dead. Yeah.
Yeah, she ends up getting rejected by the prince, and she's so distraught over it, she throws herself back into the ocean and basically kills herself.
This is this new movie?
No.
Okay.
No, that's the OG.
That is the
OG,
original
OG.
book that Hans Christian Andersen wrote for The Little Mermaid.
And Mr. E in the chat here, I'm waiting for Netflix to do a white Martin Luther King biography.
Starring Ryan Gosling.
So,
perfect.
Wait. As a fabricated purple American, can I play Martin Luther King?
No.
Oh, God.
No, it has to be somebody
Shit.
else named Ryan.
So
it needs
and
to
here's
be
another one that I know a lot of people are waiting for. Tarzan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
one of the most
have a black dude being raised by gorillas in the forest. Do it.
Can
So-
I play Tarzan?
Here's the
You need
interesting.
hands. Damn it.
Here's
one of the most
Yes.
common arguments that I got with this movie in the people from Facebook, and this will show you how hypocritical these folks are. if you argue with a liberal, they usually say, well, it's the current year, you can like what you want, you can be what you want. Everybody's seen these arguments, right? So when I argue with these people, the one of the most popular arguments that I get is, well, this is a little kids movie. It's not for anybody else. It's not for you grown adult men crying over the skin of a mermaid. Well, hold on a minute. I thought this was 2023 and we could like what we wanted to. And, if this is a kids movie, who's spending the money on the tickets to watch the kids movie besides kids?
Right.
Adults, right? And also, if this is a screen grab from the 1989 version, wouldn't this also double as a movie aimed at nostalgia of, say it with me, everybody, adults
Yep.
who
adults
were
that
the
have
kids when the movie came out in 89?
Hold on, Outlaw. Are you using logic against liberals?
I have that
Wait,
habit,
wait.
man.
Wait, Outlaw. They're literally making all of the movies from the Disney Renaissance. They're remaking them as live action films so they can resell them to the kids that are now adults that have kids. What?
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. On that note, we're going to tighten this back up a little bit. I think we've talked Disney enough, but there you go. This is just a repeat of what we were just talking about prior to the Disney bullshit. But I want to bring it up from a different perspective because the last time we saw this, it was conspiracy theory. This time it is not. Okay. ThePostMillennial.com, a different perspective. Breaking: U.S. Navy detected Titan implosion on Sunday. See, not a conspiracy theory. The way they word it is it's a factual basis. They did on Sunday, but Biden admin only released news on Thursday after Hunter plea deal and whistleblower reports were released. Okay. So how do these things end up conspiracy theories when they align with facts? I don't know. It's convenient, right? The implosion of the Titan submersible submarine that went missing on Sunday was known to the U.S. Navy days ago, though the U.S. Coast Guard only found debris of the wreckage on Thursday. Okay. Underwater microphones, the Wall Street Journal reports, which are used to detect enemy submarines, detected the implosion. It was revealed by the Coast Guard and that the Titan suffered a catastrophic implosion. The Navy did not name the system that was used to detect the implosion. The U.S. Navy conducted an analysis of acoustic data and detected an anomaly consistent with an implosion or explosion in the general vicinity of where the Titan submersible was operating when communications were lost, said in a statement. Okay. Apparently this is top secret technology, so they can't tell you what they used and all that shit, whatever. While not definitive, this information was not immediately shared with the incident commander to assist with the ongoing search and rescue mission. Failure to communicate, right? The information was not released sooner, was believed by some to be a distraction from the ongoing Biden scandal surrounding bribery, FBI cover-ups, and Hunter Biden's influence peddling. It was revealed on Thursday by House GOP that Hunter Biden demanded money from China while Joe Biden was in the room with him and told the Chinese contacts that his father was sitting there with him. This is revealed by an IRS whistleblower who testified in the House just one day after Hunter Biden pled guilty to tax crimes as part of his plea deal. By the way, it was all deferred. So if you're a crackhead and your last name's Biden, you can throw a fucking gun in a fucking elementary school dumpster and evade your taxes and be a crackhead. Did I mention that? Be a crackhead. And everything's fine. You'll get a deferred sentence. And if you don't know what that means, it means it's just one of those and behave yourself. And if you don't get any more trouble with the law, this will all go away. There'll be no record of this even happening. Wonderful. Fucking cunts in power in this country. Pieces of shit human beings. But anyway, Human Events, Jack Sobek made that connection, saying the Wall Street Journal is reporting the U.S. Navy detected the Titan implosion on Sunday, but Biden held the news until today's whistleblower testimony on Hunter. The entire thing was a distraction op. It's called a PSYOP, and the entire country had just been put through one with this fucking submarine shit. This is Jack over here. Holy shit, the Wall Street Journal is reporting the U.S. Navy detected the Titan implosion on Sunday. Biden and held it until the testimony on Hunter. The entire thing was extraction op. Okay, so there's your Photoshops there. Miranda Devine. The Biden administration knew the Titan submarine imploded Sunday, but waited to today to make it public. Convenient smokescreen for today's House Ways and Means release of IRS whistleblower testimony of DOJ sabotage of the Hunter Biden investigation. So there you go. Conspiracy theory? I don't know. If it looks like a duck, if it talks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, it's probably what? Not
Hunter
a dog.
Biden.
Yeah, Hunter Biden. There you go. Gentlemen, thoughts? We are wrapping it up. We only have a few more things left to discuss, and then we are out of here. But what are your thoughts on that now?
James Cameron on Monday knew that happened.
Yeah, fucking the director of the Titanic.
So the entire search thing was a fucking show.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, who knows?
Yeah, like a dog and pony show.
Well, we do know.
Donkey show. It's just
Well,
a bunch of dog asses.
Again, like I said, okay, so they're distracting people. Like, who cares? Like, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to change. Democrats, Hunter Biden could be fucking Hillary Clinton on the middle of Fifth Ave, and it wouldn't change the way that Democrats feel about Democrats. They're going to keep voting
I don't
for the
think
fucking
even
Democrats.
we would wish that upon Hunter Biden.
I'm sure
Honestly,
if Hunter Biden was in his drug days, he would probably have done it.
If Hunter Biden was in that
Wait,
sub,
he's out of his drug days?
I'm still in them.
actually,
I don't know, and
if
I don't
Joe,
care.
I don't want to say what would be okay with somebody dying, but if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris was in that sub, I'm going to end it there.
Just end it there. There you go. All right.
I do want to say something that I'm pretty sure that Sean can agree with. The system that they allegedly heard this stuff on, it more than likely communicates with military equipment before it talks to anything even remotely civilian. And there's at least 5 different layers of cutouts and bureaucracy it has to go through before it ever gets to the point where a civilian agency is going to hear from it. So even if it is a legitimate emergency situation, like what happened to this sub, we would not have heard about it until it was far too late to do any good about it. Because they have to go through and make sure that anything that could point back to tactics, techniques, or procedures is scrubbed away from it.
That's true, but with an implosion, that thing happens instantaneously, and we've pretty much found out that they probably all died in the moment.
You are correct about that, Felton. But, well, how do I put this where it's going to make sense? If you're playing chess with somebody, and the only way you can tell where they're moving their pieces to is by the sound the board is making, and you have a system that can give you an advantage, are you going to move in a way that guarantees that your opponent realizes that you have an advantage that he or she does not know about? Or are you going to do everything in your power to keep that system secret before you report what you know?
Well, yeah, okay. I'll leave with that because I have questions, but I don't want to ask them.
Yeah, let's just move on from there. We have a couple, and Billy pointed out that this isn't going to be accurate to this particular structure, but there were a couple videos I do have here. One will probably get me a copyright strike. I don't know that I care anymore.
If it's from Billy, it's probably going to get you a copyright.
No, it's not from Billy. No. These are
the MythBusters one.
Yeah, the MythBusters one is probably going to get me a strike.
Maybe.
It's only 2 minutes and 18 seconds. I think it's worth sharing. If we get the strike, it just gets removed, and you can see a
sub simulation I sent.
Hold on, I'm going to show all of them. So what we're going to do now?
There we go.
Is we're going to show all 3 of these. They're all fairly short. But here's my point. If you do not like censorship, if you do not like watching this video after the fact and realizing you didn't get to see half of it because I had to trim out shit to appease the YouTube libtard overlords, then you should probably be joining us over on Rumble or MGTOW.tv. If you would like to do so, I would appreciate it. If we get to 0 views on YouTube at some point and all of you move over to Rumble, I'd be happy. Alternatively, MGTOW is a great place to go as well. I know a lot of people are over there that are enjoying that quite a bit, and the chat is great over there. So if you like titties and assholes and all that good shit, go over to MGTOW because that's in the chat over there. So, but if for some reason the next few minutes of this show disappear when you're watching it in the future, you fucked up and watched us on YouTube after the fact. So please find us on MGTOW.tv or Rumble, same name, Red Pill Rhino, and tell YouTube how you feel by telling them to fuck right off. Thank you so much, and we'll go ahead and watch this Mythbusters clip now. Yeah, there we go. Cool.
An imploding tanker car. How could this happen? Tanker cars are giant, 70 feet long, 15.
Keep in mind, yes, this is about a tanker car, but it just shows you the basic science of how this. Curious how implosions happen, change in pressure. But obviously that is not how it looked on this particular vehicle, which we'll get to here in a minute. We do have what a regular submarine implosion would look like. I will present that to you now as well. It's only 3 minutes. I think you guys can handle it. We are in the last 3 articles, so we are wrapping up here tonight, but I think you guys will appreciate these, especially if you're into the nerd stuff and the science stuff. So here
I think what I liked about this video is it also showed the sub going through different currents.
Yeah.
Because it acknowledges the existence of different currents. Like they also have different temperatures.
Right.
You can go to a certain depth and realize you're in warmer water than you were a meter above.
There you go. Let's jump into it so you guys can all see what he's talking about there. And here we go.
Yeah. Hi.
All right, there you go on that one.
So the thing about there's a big difference between that and the sub that the Titan sub.
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
That's
especially
a
with the
steel
fiberglass
sub.
outer. Yep.
Yeah.
With the skeleton as well.
But
Which we do.
imagine if it had a plexiglass shell and it just all shattered, even though there's still the collapsing forces.
Yeah.
Like just like you can imagine being on the inside and how quickly people's skulls would have been caved in.
Right.
With that sudden implosion.
Now, that being said, we did have one final video to check out that may be more accurate to how this sub went off.
Well,
go ahead,
Rhino, if you have a chance while this one's playing, put up, they did a Mythbusters where they did like what would happen to a person if they were in, like, say, one of those diving bells suits, and they got depressurized, and you get to kind of see what happened, or what has
Yeah, the
happened.
exact opposite of explosive decompression.
Yeah, if anybody can find that, that's only 45 seconds, so I'm not going to have enough time to search it, but if anybody sees that, throw it in the private chat and we'll check that out. But this one here demonstrates what they think this Ocean Gate Titan would have looked like. It's only 45 seconds. It's not the best depiction, but it may give you an idea of how fucking scary this shit would have been. Let's see. Here we go. Oop, let me full screen it. I'm going to replay that. Yeah, that's just that poof. Just poof. That's more like that shattering he was explaining as well. Yeah, it would have been over before anybody even knew it was happening.
Yeah, that's fiberglass for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So there you go. That's basically it there.
That would have ruptured and they wouldn't even have had a chance to go, oh.
My God. There's another. We'll watch that again really quick. There we go.
You explode like a
Holy
1980
shit.
movie villain.
Right. Pleasant. Very pleasant.
Mm-hmm. Trying to
So
think,
there
there
you
was
go.
a James Bond movie where Sean Connery shoved this like pressure tank of like, I don't know what is CO2 or something into the villain's mouth and cracked it, and his body just inflated, floated to the ceiling, and then exploded.
I don't think that was actually a James Bond movie. They didn't do things that were quite that graphic until Timothy Dalton took on the role.
So I found the video and I put it in the private chat.
Got it. Okay, let me
Pretty
pause,
gross
rewind.
from what I remember.
Yeah, we're going to check this out just for shits and giggles here. Then we have 2 other articles and we are done. So
Just
not
for
bad.
the fuck of it.
Just for the fuck of it. Yeah, that's right. All right, here we go. Compression diver. Gory. So viewer discretion advised once again, because this is going to be nasty. Okay, let me full screen it. There we go.
Ready in 3, 2, 1. Oh my God! Whoa! Look at what's happening!
Oh! Oh! Oh!
That's crazy!
That is what you call a bloody mess.
Oh, fuck. Let's check out that little spot there again. It looks like the whole body went up into the helmet.
Pretty much.
Oh. Oh, pop.
That's crazy! I can't believe it!
So there you go. We'll see
So
if there's
just-
anything.
So just think of that happening to those guys on the sub in like an instant.
Yeah, no kidding.
They didn't even have a protective pressure suit.
No.
I'm starting to sort of kind of think we weren't meant to ever go into the water.
No.
Oh
None of
no, the
those
fact that we don't have flippers, we don't have gills, and we don't have scales or dive bladders. Yeah, it's almost like God didn't design us to be in the water, you know? We can traverse the surface barely, but other than that, I don't think we were supposed to be in it.
Well, just like how we weren't supposed to be in the air and neither outer space.
Yeah, but just
which
like
is
we've
why
done
we are
everything
above
else,
the rest of the animal
ruin it.
world. We can manipulate our environment to suit our needs, and we can create tools to go into environments we're never supposed to be allowed in.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have.
I almost feel like we need to be making the pop joke whenever you mention the word manipulate.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
look,
have.
I like the explorative nature of man and the adventure of man. I mean, we've conquered the globe. We go to space. We have gone, into the sea and whatnot, and we've seen and done amazing things. But you got to do them smart, not stupid, like how these guys did it.
Yeah. Work
So-
smarter, not harder.
There's a certain amount of risk you got to intake, not
Of course
the lowest bidder amount of risk.
So I promised you guys that are watching right now, if you made it to the very end, what did you not get told about aside from the Hunter Biden bullshit? Which, yeah, there are things that happened this week while you were all talking about submarine memes that you may have missed, and here is one of those things that I find quite disgusting, to be honest with you. But you be the judge. Here we go. This is from foxbusiness.com. USDA approves first lab-grown meat to be sold to the public. Let's check this out.
It's lab-grown meat. That does not mean that it is fake meat. You heard a lot of all of this
Define fake, sir.
Yeah.
Type of chicken that some people say, well, maybe it just, might be like an incredible chicken, incredible beef, or all these others that are out there.
So I'll break it down for those of you that don't know. A lot of this beef or meat or whatever you want to call it, mystery meat, I believe is formed, from my understanding, using stem cells.
It is.
And they 3D print this shit at this point now.
Yes.
Including the fat and everything. So the white spot is 3D printed fat. The red spot is 3D printed meat made from stem cells. I'm not going to call that real meat. I don't care how you spin it. If it comes out of a fucking printer, I'm not going to fucking eat that shit if I can help it. So.
There.
No,
it's
it needs
not,
to come from
not
a
like
cow.
that at all. Amy Chen is Upsides Boots COO. The best way I've heard it explained, Amy, is that it is not your traditional chicken, and nor are chickens sacrificed at the altar of good food.
I'm not the only one that
to
thinks
make
it's
this happen.
wrong
Could
to
you
wear a
explain
pink
what it
tie
is?
with that kind of suit.
It looks like it's photoshopped on. That's not good. Sorry about the leveling, by the way, guys. There's nothing I can do. Blame Fox Business for that. It's coming in really low on the audio. Not my fault. I've tried.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So cultivated meat, Neil, is meat grown from animal cells. So it is real meat, and the big spoiler alert that it tastes like chicken.
No.
It's just the chicken that we've always loved, made in a new way.
So
Fuck no.
Could you apply this technology to beef, to cows? You know what I mean? So where does this go?
Yes, it can apply to any animal, actually. So we're already working on chicken, beef, lobster. If you love it, we can make it.
So how does it work when you do it? What are you?
Anybody else getting Blade Runner, the original vibes from this? The lore and
As a
backstory behind it?
crusader would be cringing really hard right now.
Who would be?
I know this is a loaded question, but what is the purpose of cloning meat in the first place?
Well, they already
to outlaw
cloned
real meat
animals for
eventually.
harvesting.
Well, look, it's because they're getting rid of farmlands, and the population, instead of eating, this, that, and the other thing, it's cheaper and easier for them to just produce it in a lab, right? So if they could do that
How
on
is
a
it
mass
cheaper?
scale, well, when you do put it to a mass scale, it becomes cheaper. Anytime you do anything at a mass scale.
It also
It
makes
can't
it
be
easier
that
for
much
them
more,
to get all the good
more
stuff.
expensive
And
than giving them feed or letting them graze on
Well,
farmland.
Here's the thing. What it is a way for them to start backdooring in synthetic proteins.
Mm-hmm. And then eventually, like I said, call me the 1984 guy in the room here, but outlawing real meat at some point, that's going to be where I guess this goes if they can pull it off.
Yeah, because they
No,
want
they're
to have
gonna
all the
pull it
good
off.
stuff for themselves.
Yeah. Well, no, they'll get the. This is where I say, if you guys don't know the story behind Blade Runner, not just the replicant thing, essentially, anything real, whether it was pets, whether it was like steak, whatever it was all synthetic. It all had a barcode in the DNA. And if you were caught eating real eggs or a real steak, that was a criminal felony offense. So that's some of the lore behind the Blade Runner story, that everything was artificial, everything was fake, and being caught in possession of a real snake or without the proper licenses and all that shit, you were up shit's creek. So that's why I say that if Blade Runner come true, fuck that. No, thank you.
It's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
It's not talked about so much in the film as it is the backstories.
The thing is that that's a concept that's in a lot of dystopian sci-fis. Did you watch the movie Dread from a few years ago?
I did not.
Parts of it.
Those of you that did watch it, if you remember at the very beginning, there was that firefight that Judge Dredd got into with a bunch of gangbangers in this one building, and afterwards he calls his dispatcher and says he needs a recyc team. Those individuals that were shot up, they were going to get processed and fed to surviving members of the populace of that city.
Oh shit!
Soylent Green.
I'm a huge Warhammer 40K. I'm a huge
Soylent Green vibes.
Well, I'm a huge Warhammer 40K fan, as many of you know, and the hive cities and Imperial Guard of 40K, they get a lot of their protein from what's referred to as corpse starch. I don't think you have to make it any more obvious what the source of that particular material is.
Yeah.
What's that? One of you, MGTOW, you'll probably know, and I can't remember the fucking. Oh yeah, Outer. Is it Outer Worlds? It's a Fallout. Same company that made Fallout made that game. Outer Worlds.
Yeah, Outer Worlds. That was Fallout 7. No, New Vegas made that, and then they did Fallout, or not Fallout. Outer Worlds as like their spiritual successor to that.
Yeah, if you guys are interested in that kind of future dystopian kind of shit, that game is a phenomenal example of just how fucked up things can be. It's basically showing the corruption of corporations and everything else, and of course they're eating fake meats and all that shit there too. It's just on different planets, but and then people are abandoned and left to die because things didn't work out. It's a good game if you're interested in that kind of dystopian future shit. But anyway, good times. We're gonna finish up this video. Then we've got one more, and then we're out of here tonight. And that's it. So we've actually survived, or a little bit over on time, but there was a lot to talk about with all this, as there usually is. I try to keep these under 4, but tonight it just shit happens. So, but let's jump back into this article.
You taking from the chickens in this case, their DNA? Just explain that to me.
Sure. It's actually quite simple. So you start with the chicken. You take cells, you basically feed them the nutrients they would normally get inside an animal's body. So think vitamins, glucose, sugars. You put them in a cultivator. It could be small or
I love
large.
how she makes it sound so ethical. We feed them the same thing you'd feed real chickens. That's not really how it works, but yeah, okay.
Like the one you see behind me. And you allow the cells to do what they do. They grow, they multiply, and then they produce delicious meat. At the right time, you harvest it and formulate it into a meat product, and it's pretty amazing.
So the chicken doesn't mind maybe a little pinprick to get some sample
Chicken goo.
from them, but they're not being killed, right?
It depends. So we will take them sometimes from a fertilized egg in this particular case, but you can also take them in different ways.
Okay, so groups like PETA and all the others must welcome this approach because You know,
for those of you that don't know, PETA is responsible for filling dumpsters with thousands of animals in the course of the year. So fuck PETA. Yeah, they're the dog and cat murder capital of the world.
slaughtering chickens down the road, maybe cows and all the rest, and it is the actual article, the food with that is just like the real thing.
That's part of what's so exciting, Neil. We eat 70 billion animals a year. So with just a handful of cells, you can actually create a large number. So we will be able to have better animal welfare. It's much better for the environment and more sustainable, and it tastes just delicious. And as you can see from some of the photos, it's also grown in a clean environment that people can feel great about.
No, it looks just like, as you said, like the real thing. Just tastes like chicken. I enjoyed that line. But when we extend this to other areas, and I'm sure down the road, beef will be one of them. I mean, it's not as if you're getting something that's for you, the eater. There's still the same risk with, you know, it's not like being a vegetarian. I mean, if you're worried about your cholesterol, all that, that would still be an issue here. It's not as if that was just waved out with a wand.
Yeah, Neil, it's a great question. So I'm from Texas. I love meat. And this product is really for people who love meat and want the real thing. Long term, I'll tell you.
No,
for
lady. Look, I want the real thing. I want to shoot it. I want to gut it. I want to fry it or smoke it or whatever. That's not the real fucking thing, and you can't convince me otherwise. If I don't know that it comes from a field somewhere, that shit ain't real. If it's coming out of those fucking tubes, no.
I would also like to add that delicious is subjective because everybody's palates are different.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
she
like
may
for instance,
consider it delicious, but
for instance, some of our regular panel members like cow balls, whereas it's not for me. It's not, you know.
Yeah, see, look here. This is basically on the same level as women putting on all the makeup, the fake teeth, fake tits, fake ass, hair extensions, and then turning around and saying, "I want a real man."
Basically.
Right. Yeah. Are we supposed to just accept that meat that literally just came out of test tube to be real meat as well, as it slowly gives us cancer?
Slowly. I bet you a lot of people end up. No, never mind. Allegedly.
Yeah. No, I prefer, as Pop would usually say it, to have a mother and preferably killed with a bat.
Now, my question here, and this is probably going to be a little bit more of one you have to think about, but we know that the medicinal industry right now is tied into the foods that they produce, the water, you know, the drinks, because they put certain chemicals in this stuff already that makes people sick. My question would be, how are they going to continue that multi-billion-dollar industry into this type of setting?
Well, they could probably slip some mRNA shit into their fucking fake meat, couldn't they?
Which, by the way, if you guys paid attention to my channel, I
Rhino,
posted
that's
something
how
about
you
this
got
in
banned
the
last
community
time.
Anyway, Outlaw, say that again. I'm sorry.
If you guys paid attention to my community post on the channel, I actually uploaded a clip from Dark Horse Podcast that talked about this. They're putting mRNA vaccines in our food already.
Listen, you're right about what
I
happened.
told you. I
You're
told
right
you.
about what happened, and I'll fucking do it again.
He's a glutton for punishment. He just
All right.
can't get enough.
On that note,
You
let's
know
get
what?
to the last thing so we can get the fuck out of here. Sean, what's up?
Oh no, I was gonna say, by meats, are they just producing like chicken is extremely lean by itself naturally. What about those that like beef? Because beef has a shit ton of intermuscular fats that help create flavor. Otherwise, you have just straight red meat, which is not always the best. You need the fat that comes from it in the intermuscular tissue. And are they going to be able to make like A5 Wagyu? Because they can make A5 Wagyu, you know, that shit'll become cheap.
Wait, what the fuck is that?
It's Japanese beef.
You've never had that?
No,
It's
I
the
haven't.
most
Well,
expensive beef
not
that you
surprising
can get.
considering it's like $1,000 for a steak.
Jesus.
because it
No,
comes
pretty
from a
much
very
all it
specific
is a
cow.
cow is raised and massaged throughout its or for its lifetime until it gets harvested.
So it's treated really well and then killed.
Yeah, because you know, like the fat that is inside the marbling, the
Yeah,
fat
yeah.
inside the red meat, that's what helps build all the flavor and makes meat tender as fuck.
All I want to know is, does the cow get the happy ending experience? I just want to know he's treated really well.
I don't know.
Considering that they
I don't know. I'm
reproducing
guessing
those
gets a bolt
cows,
to the head.
I'm sure that the happy ending is probably somewhere along the lines, but it's probably not the ending. Considering,
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
they do make sure that they reproduce before they get harvested.
So Jimmy probably was involved in the ending of whatever happens with these cows.
Is that what he's been doing?
That's why he
he
hasn't been on
kills
the
them
last
and
couple
takes
weeks.
their balls. Jimmy, you sick fuck!
Oh my! Come on, guys! Don't give Jimmy a hard time because he enjoys North American
Sorry,
sushi.
Jimmy.
All right. We're going to get to this last article. We have to get the fuck out of here. We've been on here way too long playing around under the sea. So let's wrap it up. This is something else you probably didn't hear about while everybody's been making George Floyd references to running out of oxygen on a submarine. Here is our final article. I hope you enjoy as much as I did watching this today.
Is this seat taken?
Oh.
But, what's up? Well, that person actually works for me.
Live from the Bronx. This is James O'Keefe with OMG.
My name is James O'Keefe, and I'm with OMG. You work for BlackRock, is that right?
Yep, that's true.
Okay.
First of all, I don't consider it me recording with you.
You don't have to. This is New York. It's a one-party
I know.
state. Right?
Yeah,
but yes.
Well, okay. You asked me some questions, but please don't record me right now.
I can't agree to that. I mean, you work for a very powerful institution.
Okay, then I will not talk to you.
Well, just let's take a look at what you say here. They bribe politicians. Big ton of money, you say?
Like you can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people.
Ukraine is good for business. War is good for business.
Ukraine is good for business. You know that, right? War is real good for business.
My first question is, who have you bought?
I haven't. I'm just well, to clarify, I'm like a low ladder person. I'm like a nobody. I don't want to be interviewed in any way.
Well, you've already been interviewed. How does BlackRock control the wallet of the president?
BlackRock does not.
That's what you said. Those are your words. It came out of your mouth.
Sir, no, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
I'll tell you, it's not the who's the president. It's who's controlling the.
I just noticed, by the way, every single time they interview one of these people, I don't know if it's just a thing. And I'm not alluding to anything once again. I'm just pointing out every single one of these guys they catch spilling the beans about very personal details about their companies happens to be part of the Rainbow Brigades. Loose lips sink ships. See what I did there?
You know how they say, I lied to get laid.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
loose lips take dicks at this point.
Well, allegedly.
It's who's controlling the wallet of the
Let's wrap this one up.
I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody.
But you just said you didn't say the thing that you're on video saying.
Yes, I did not say that BlackRock does this.
Yes, you did.
And who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys are.
I'm a nobody.
I'm literally a liar. You don't even know my position at this. I was trying to impress a person on a date by lying.
Right, but
Did you see my LinkedIn profile?
Yeah, we sure did. We're putting it in the video. We're going to go after people who are bigger than you
right
throughout BlackRock. You're just one of many.
No, I
that we're
understand.
exposing.
Yeah,
just don't touch me, okay?
Oh no, sorry, I'm not
Please,
touching you.
You're getting
I'm
a little
trying
close into my personal.
Sorry, I'm trying to get through. Yeah.
So why is it exciting though? Why is it exciting?
It's exciting when goes wrong, right?
Tell me why war is exciting, sir.
It's definitely getting a strike for this, but I don't care.
This music is hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, I could
where
mute
he
it,
goes is even bigger.
yeah, this is pretty funny. So
are you going?
YouTube, go fuck yourself.
You're walking into the police station? I'll stand right here. You want me to follow you into the police station? What are you going to do with the police? What are you going to say to the police?
I'm going to ask them to make you stop following me. I have no expertise in anything that you're asking me.
Okay, what is your expertise?
Just recruiting people. That's it.
And where do you work?
Okay.
Where is he? Where is he going? He's going into the police station? He literally walked from the restaurant into the police station.
Who are they going to arrest?
Maybe him. Maybe they're going to arrest him. He's handed himself into the NYPD, folks. James O'Keefe here, standing here in the Bronx, New York, at the corner of Kingsbridge Avenue and 236th Street. I'm standing outside the precinct. The BlackRock executive is inside the 50th precinct talking to the police about my presence here on the streets of New York with a microphone and cameras, asking him questions about what he said regarding the Ukraine war, buying politicians, recruiting people to work at BlackRock, an institution that manages $10-20 trillion dollars. In his words,
I want to reflection of the precinct.
Say that again.
They're gonna get their
If
morning
you scroll
coffee.
back a little bit, there is a McDonald's arch.
Oh yeah.
The reflection of the
Keep
door
going back.
of the
I do see that.
Yeah.
It's so they can get their morning McMuffin.
That's right. Coffee.
And also, when the
McMuffins.
guy or when O'Keefe said, "Hey, don't touch me," he just fucking backs off. Dude,
Yeah.
if Eddie O'Keefe doesn't have any like pictures outside of his suits, he's probably jacked as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you also don't necessarily know if he's carrying anything concealed under that suit. It could be
but he's in New
it could be a
York,
very
most
nice
likely
set of
not.
body armor or a very nice set of remote hole punchers.
I don't know if anybody else on the panel caught it, but the programming in that man's mind and response that he gave that guy was impressive.
Yeah.
You know, like he was already programmed before that not to speak. Well, you guys don't get that, but
Mhm.
what have they got over this guy that made his response
Previous
that?
exposures when he was with Veritas, they do say there are protocols when you're confronted by Project Veritas and how to not get exposed by Project Veritas, which some of them laughably ignore when they're being recorded.
Yeah. Well, want to point this out in the chat really quick. First, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here, Eric Zombro. Hey, as a side note, check out your subscription status on your accounts, gents. YouTube nuked a bunch of my subscriptions. So yeah, by the way, if you are watching this show now or in the future, make sure you are subscribed. As I posted this morning that I was going to be live tonight, and it took away 2 subscribers just for saying I was going to be live. Check that out because I lose subscribers probably 10 a week. It's been calm lately, but they're onto my shit again. So Crusader Nate had to subscribe like 3 times, and he's a regular fucking co-host of the show. So explain to me how that works. But yeah, if you don't mind, check to make sure you're still subscribed to the show. If you're just watching now and you like what you're watching, please feel free to hit subscribe, hit the like button, share with a friend, share with your grandma, because I need more date ideas. And also be sure to subscribe to us over on Rumble and MGTOW.tv. If you don't,
At least
you don't know what I'm
finally
talking
accepted
about.
the joke.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, you haven't watched this enough. So be sure to
Who's your
watch the
grandma,
other
Ray?
episodes as well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Also, if you'd like to support the channel, you can head over to redpillrhino.com, where you can buy merch, or you can donate through PayPal or Cash App. Both the links should be up there, I think. At least Cash App is up there. So if you'd like to support the show, you're more than welcome to do so. Also, earlier we did the ad with the merch we have. We do have some cool stuff. If you're going to buy a beer koozie, though, all I ask is that you throw it in the dishwasher at least once a month. Maybe, especially if you're going to show it to people. Just please.
Or have your girlfriend throw it in there with her special objects.
Anyway.
Just throw it in the sink while she's washing out her back pussy.
Jimmy, the koozie is dishwasher safe, just like the American Challenge dildo. I promise. Okay. All right. we are at the end of the show, so we'll do our usual thing that I have seen plagiarized by the rest of you. Let's do final thoughts this evening, guys. Let's start with MGTOW Outlaw, the Squirrel Captain in Chief. Also, Alan Jackson, the Dolphin. Also, Harriet P. Couget, amongst others. What are your final thoughts this evening, sir?
Pretty much I've said everything I was going to say. I mean, if nothing else, this is a very serious, stern reminder to everybody, why diversity hiring is awful. And unfortunately, it's probably going to get a lot worse before it gets any better. That's pretty much all I had. I mean, I don't really have very much to say. I think it's all been said.
All right. Fair enough. Then we will move on to MGTOW Mando. Your final thoughts this evening, sir?
Everyone just keep your eyes open and heads on a swivel. And bear in mind, tomorrow evening at around 8 p.m. Central Time, I do plan to go live for my first live stream that's not on Rhino or Waffle World.
He's coming for Waffle
World.
World
It's
spot.
going to be good. Don't know if it's going to be bad. Could be an absolute cluster, but hopefully it'll be entertaining for y'all.
There you go. Right on. Be sure to find him over there. Let me see if I can throw it in the... Damn it. There we go. I'm going to grab this link and share it again in the chats for you guys, if I can stop.
It'll be a cluster.
Working on it. Here we go. This son of a fucking bitch. Wake up! What are your final thoughts there, sir?
Final thoughts. Don't build submarines out of duct tape and fiberglass and shit you find in your garage. It's not a good idea. Not good. And apparently Platoon went out on my poll I put today, so I'll be putting that up on MGTOW tomorrow.
Good
for
movie.
free.
Perfect. So if you haven't checked Billy Von Baum out on MGTOW.tv, be sure to do that. You can also find him at billyvonbaum.com. I haven't pimped you out enough tonight, but he does do pretty much every one of our commercial breaks. He does a lot of awesome deep fakes. He did Jimmy's little 500 take thing there. Yeah, he's done a lot of awesome stuff for my channel, for Jimmy's channel, for pretty much everybody's channel that I can think of. And a big shout out to Jeffrey Paul as well. Like I said, he's got a new album out. I will try to have that link for the next stream, as I did not find it tonight. It's somewhere in my mail. I've got to dig it out. But he's got a new album out. So next show, I will be promoting the shit out of that. So if you want to buy a Jeffrey Paul album, you can do so. All right. Or you can contact him on his YouTube, Jeffrey Paul. So there you go. Jackal, your final thoughts this evening, sir.
That's not good.
Damn it. Get that off the screen.
Disregard that.
What the fuck is that?
Well, don't worry about it.
Apparently the crew of the SS drinking straw.
Is that the Redonkulous Regiment? That's
possibly, allegedly.
Some of the members.
Yeah. Anyways. Well,
why do I look so angry?
Because you're there on
screen. You're there.
You're there.
Because you're the only one in the captain's uniform.
Why does that strangely look accurate for Jimmy?
Right.
Well, that character that I grafted his face over is the tallest one in the group. She's almost 6 foot. So I just thought, throw Jimmy on there since he's the bean pole.
All right, on with your final thoughts.
Fucking final thoughts. So we have another layer of chaos that's going to get added to the deck. How are you going to respond to this is the question. Do not do what some people do and act arrogantly and assume that you're invincible and that nothing can hurt you because you may get mincemeated. Do not assume that what you can find in the store is healthy for you to eat, even if it says it's organic. Don't believe it. better to outsource it from a farmer directly. Go to a farmer's market. The prices, they're probably pretty decent. Keep in mind that they have to make a living as well, so excuse them if their prices are a little bit much, but it's better than eating cancer cell grown meat from a lab. And yeah, your standard stack up, pack up, and rack up, and don't get your face shoved in a rack, because that's usually how you die.
All right. I do like that the gay cruise ship is included in the background.
I mean, it is the drinking straw.
All right, Sean, your final fucking thoughts. God damn it.
All right. My final thoughts. Don't buy into fabricated meats. Anybody who knows anything about how to be a home cook realizes that if you just make straight protein from a petri dish, you lose out on nutrients from the bones, the intermuscular tissues, the ligaments, even the marrow. I could go on forever, but I'm not going to let this drag on. So don't participate in this bullshit. And especially if somebody says, hey, you want to take a ride to the Titanic? Don't get on board.
No.
All right. There you go. I have some chats to read before we can get out of here. Just a couple here, not too bad. The Dark Saint over on Rumble. Testes. The Dark Saint also says, oh, wow, either nobody is talking on here or Rumble is shitting the bed on chats. Yeah, I'm going to say yes. Mwang, oh, the port shitta. Yeah. Neptune Priest, have you heard about the Marinia project? I have not. Neptune Priest, it's a plan to build a floating village at sea. We had almost that on the Coral Sea CVA 43, a diesel carrier, 4500, 46. Good night, all he says. The Dark Saint, okay, there was more than just me chatting. So there you go. A couple over on Rumble. Nothing over on MGTOW. It's a slow night over there, and we are about caught up everywhere. Edmund finally got home from his hard day of working. Just eat bugs, and then we can save the world. How about no, Edmund? And
How about
Polska?
no?
Polska? No. I'm not going to. So
Also, one last thing to note. Apparently,
you had
it's
your
not
final
a good
thoughts.
I know, but apparently anything involving the word Titanic or any aquatic vessel is not a good idea to get on at all. Now, we have one boat that sank called Titanic, the submarine that had to do with Titanic sank, and a movie boat called Titanic sank with Leonardo DiCaprio. So I think I would steer clear of anything involving the Titanic in water at this point.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Leonardo DiCaprio survived.
That's true.
Also, don't get involved in a ship called the Crytanic.
This is why Billy backstages people. I now think I'm starting to learn. See, watch this. I'm just going to backstage everybody. I will show this really quick just because. Damn it. There we go. It's back. That's how we'll end the show.
Poor coordination. I'm sorry.
Fuck you, bitch. From the Waffle King that didn't show up to his own fucking show 2 weeks in a row. God damn it. Who do we got over here? What's he doing? Partying, having a good time. He looks extremely excited. Well, he can, we'll see him in the after party. He can go away for now. My final thoughts are pretty simple. The Titanic, now 2. The rest of everybody else, rich people, 0. So that's where we're at. The scoreboard has been updated. Also, it is now Sunday. 4 days since the last incident on the Titanic. We are now 4 days since the last incident. Let's see if we can keep it that way for a while this time. That's it for me. Thank you guys for watching once again. Sorry about the late stream tonight, but sometimes shit happens and you have to talk about fake cow meat. So I will catch you guys next time. Thank you for watching till the very end, and we will see you next time. Same place, same time, different topic on Red Pill Rhino Live. Thank you again, and have a great fucking
We are the arbiters of this society.
Repeat after me. As a good citizen, we must maintain a neutral carbon footprint. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs.
This is a world that we create and manage. The people, they need to be controlled. We will give them truths, but only our truths. They are not to seek information anywhere else.
It is my job to keep order. So what you saw didn't happen. Erase everything.
You a grunt? I used to be one, and I was good at it.
I know. Things were simpler then. I have some questions.
You need to understand, we're being hunted.
By who?
Bring him to me.
This breaks the world.
Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you? Tell me what to do. I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're driven.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south. You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back.